Hello. Thank you for your streak. That's huge. Oh my gosh, hi Swap. Hi Kenora, hi Lala. Thank you, Lala. Hello, Christopher. Grimothy does look very good. Hello, Miller. The cinematic bun. Gotta bundle up this dog in a sec. I'm so, like, I haven't even... I need to go refill my water and stuff. I'm doing okay, Swap. How are you? It's so nice to see you. Well, I did stream the other day, but I didn't really... Normally I stream this every Sunday, and I missed last week. Very disappointingly. I didn't want to. I just had issues at my house and physical health problems, so I've been so unproductive for like almost 2 weeks now. I might try to stream more this week. No promises, but I might try to, like, I don't know, do speedruns this week or something, because I feel so terrible when, like, at least I can stream for the most part, but when it comes to being productive in other ways, I'm still struggling a bit. Hi, Nightshade. I often sound eerily calm. It puts people to sleep. How you doing? Nice to see you. Speedruns in this economy? I know. Not sure if soothing or scary. That's valid. I have been, there are some menacing female voices in this game that I've been perfecting, so it might be rubbing off on me. There might be a tinge of menace in my voice. You're becoming a computer science teacher in a school soon? That's huge! You looking forward to it? I love teaching, personally. Although it can be hectic. Alright, I'm just gonna bundle up we have so much to... We're gonna do a lot of yapping before we get to the actual game. But first I have to bundle up my dog. Need to, like, wash my face real quick, refill my water. I've had all day to prepare, but... you know, sometimes it doesn't happen. Dude, I haven't even... like a bra on. I need a sweater. You're still trying to PB to world record to become a billionaire and rebuild your fucking life. I believe in you. That's what this stream is all about. I believe everyone can change their fucking life through speedrunning or otherwise. First time teaching? I think you'll be a cool teacher, Swamp. I think so. Okay, Keeper flexing his billionaire status. Who knows? He hasn't specified which ones. Alright, be right back. Enjoy the cinematic cat. All right, I'm back. Oh yeah, Nightshade Keeper was asking all around about that. It's so Xbox is so weird. Hi Eki, hello. You did your first run of FF4 too? Oh my god. I would love I didn't expect to enjoy watching Keeper's FF4. I mean, this sounds negative, but you know, like sometimes sometimes with the older games it's not like as hype because I don't have the same nostalgia associated with the early Final Fantasies relative to like 7, 8, 9, 10. But I really like enjoy watching those runs. I don't know, maybe I don't know. I'm pleasantly surprised. Yes, Kenora, I didn't want to assume. I kind of was like, oh, maybe she doesn't want to stream, and that's okay. Not everything has to be streamed. The name thing didn't really bother you. Yeah, because like, it's not necessarily that revealing, but it is a bit odd. FF6 is punishing you and hurting you. Don't all speedruns. Hello, Demon Smalls. Hello. Hi, Banger. How are you? Nice to see you. Wait, what time is it for you? I feel like I don't normally see you in my streams until it's like quite late for me. Thank you for your Sophias. Did anyone get a hole? I wasn't listening for a sec there. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my god, truly doing a service, Kenora. Getting an auto splitter. Yeah, doing the Lord's work. No holes have been had. Thanks for keeping track, Lala. You're all right? I'm doing okay. I was saying just a moment ago that I've had like, not like a, I don't know how to describe my past 2 weeks. I have endometriosis, or, you know, like, okay. I feel like for people who know about endometriosis, I need to specify I haven't had like surgery to confirm. There's some bad stuff going on down there. It could be a number of things, but I just say endometriosis because most people know what that is versus other stuff. But anyway, I deal with that, and it usually takes me out for like a week out of every month, which is unfortunate. And that's what happened last week, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm just like crawling out of a hole recovering. Oh my god, CG, thank you so much. Thank you so much for 31 months. I appreciate you. I hope that you are okay. I, for a change, am not getting the blizzard that's affecting so many people. You got your first speedy Necron kill yesterday, so that was neat. Fuck yeah. You know, it's funny. Since coming back to all bosses, you know, like I don't, even if I'm completing, you know, like finishing my plate as it were, typically I'll just end on Ozma. I haven't fought Necron for, like, I'm actually nervous for the run that I have to go fight Necron and actually finish. Because it's actually been quite a while. Oh yeah, CG. Okay, so back to how I've been like okay. I've just been really exhausted, and like chronic illness sucks, etc. So I've just been really unproductive. Typically, I will not like stream very much when I'm trying to be productive in other areas, you know, other hobbies, other areas of my life, whatever. But I just have not been able to do that. So I'm like, well, maybe I should, you know, fucking stream so at least I feel like I'm doing something. So I never want to promise anything with how health can be, but maybe Tuesday. Maybe the frogs will be back in town. You spent half of 2025 dealing with GI issues. Oh my god, with the scoppies. The unregistered hypercam up your butt and down your throat. Rachel, and Amaurot with accuracy plus and bird killer survive. That's... I know. Yeah, Neural is planning for the Amdusius fight. What a sentence to come back to. The one about having unregistered hypercam up your butt. Yeah, I figured. Welcome back. Oh, you judged your first Pokemon TCG tournament yesterday? It was physically exhausting, but such a good learning experience. That's so cool. That sounds really fun. Okay. What do we... Oh, okay, okay, so we're gonna have a big long yap session, okay? But first, on the YouTube side, there's a new... This is only on YouTube. This is only for the YouTube frogs. There's a new... So, on YouTube, if you do exclamation Sophia, you can also get a daily Sophia. But now, if you do exclamation fish, you can also catch a fish. Yes! Dude, Lala, you got a big fish on your first try! Huge! Oh my god, Flanny, hi! Hi. Yeah, I'm very emotionally stable. I'm not gonna cry at all. I also might have to move my dog out of the room. She's doing all kinds of snorting and coughing back there. She's totally overtaken my heated blanket. I think she's having difficulty. We had really warm weather, and then it swapped to it's not as cold as it was before, but it's kind of cold. And it's really dry, so I think it's making her cough and stuff. Thank you for your secondary, Sophia. Cooper has been so naughty. No! What is Cooper getting up to? Lala, you can't retire. You're not allowed.
To me, my faithful.
Christopher with the rare Sophia.
What in tarnation does Daily Hole even do, though?
Thank you, Banger, for reminding me that okay, so the reason I'm adding this fish command to YouTube is YouTube doesn't have channel point redemptions. I really hope they eventually do have, because like if you're a lurker, sometimes you don't want to type exclamation fish. Sometimes you just want to like press a button and have it fish for you, or press a button and test a hull. You know, like we love lurkers. You don't have to. I hate the idea that people have to type in chat, but yeah, thanks for reminding me that some kind of like TTS redeem on their side might be fun too. But Daily Haul is, you have a chance to get a whole related voice line from Final Fantasy X too. Because they talk about holes a lot in that game, and I wanted to honor that. But it's pretty rare. Just from fishing? No, Lala, no, I didn't think you were gonna retire from modding. I thought you can't retire from fishing because there's so many fish to catch. Yeah, everyone whiffed, but well, let me try my hole.
The hole we found was so
It's
deep.
that easy. It's that easy. how the heck does the experience on YouTube even work? So it doesn't. I had hoped when they add, so on the YouTube chat, you get points for every message you send, I think. But it doesn't do anything. I had hoped that they were going to translate that into some kind of point redemption system, but I don't think they are. I love to show off my big hole. Yeah, I cheat in speedruns and in hole obtaining activities. Yeah, no, Keeper, that's the thing. Since I became the whole streamer, or one of, I guess I can't claim that there are other whole streamers, but since that became part of my brand, you just notice holes in everything. Like every video game has at least one hole, usually more. The entire state of New Jersey is under a blizzard warning. Yeah, it looks quite spooky. I hope you can stay warm and stay safe. Keeper is apparently getting like 2 feet or something. I don't know how it look. I need to like look at some kind of map. The other thing that I wanted to pull up, because I've had a couple people, I think most of you have figured it out if you want to, but I've had friends and stuff be like, oh, I don't, Dasha, keep it down back there. She's going crazy. I gave her roids and everything. Maybe she has roid rage. But some people have mentioned like, oh, like I don't want to get doxxed, because most people sign up for YouTube with like their Christian government name. And they don't want, they're like scared to chat on YouTube. I even saw this like, like when Hassan was on YouTube for one day, people were like, I don't want to chat because it's going to be like my government ass name. So I just wanted to show people, if you go to YouTube Studio, studio.youtube.com and click customization, you just change it here. So name, if you signed up with like your government ass name, this would be your real name. You just change it to whatever you want it to show. But I think YouTube used to choose the name for chat, but now I think it shows the handle. But you should change both. So I just wanted to point that if anyone's like, oh, I don't wanna fish on YouTube. That's how you don't dox yourself. Yes, the other thing, Eggy, is I can't... Funny enough, if I tried to show this, I would dox myself. But, so if you have a Google account, you can have a YouTube channel associated with that. You can actually add multiple YouTube channels. Like, you can just click, like, add account on YouTube. So, like, when people make a VOD channel, that's all, like, under the same... like account usually, so you can make another one as well if you'd prefer. It's pretty, yeah, and it's really easy to switch between them. You just click your icon in the top right. Again, I can't do it because I'll fucking dox myself, but if you click your icon in the top right on YouTube, there'll be like a switch account button. You can just do that. You can like just instantly swap between, you know, like say someone has a VOD channel or like a K-pop reaction channel or whatever, you can just really quickly swap between them. Yeah, that's the other thing I did want to mention, because like some people, even if they change their name, they're still worried that they could be doxxed in some way by like past comments or unlisted videos. You can just make a totally separate channel. Exactly, Kevlar. Also, hello. But yeah, my hope is that, I mean, I have no hope for this, but my dream is that YouTube would improve the chat experience, especially for because I feel like also a lot of YouTube people are lurkers. I've been watching more YouTube streams lately. Like Vandalier, who we've rated before, she really pops off on YouTube, but and like the chat is fairly active as well, but not like relative to how many people are watching. So like there are a lot of lurkers, and I wish there was like sometimes just let people fish without having to type in chat. This is what I want. Give me channel point redemptions. Yeah, I would recommend that, Eggy. The only thing is like, so if you're interested in discoverability, for like if you're like making videos that you want people to see, you do want to use that channel to like watch videos, so that basically YouTube needs to know who you are before it starts recommending you to people. So you need to have like a watch history and a subscription history and stuff like that. 88, wow, yes, we're so far. You don't want your online tied to your IRL at all? Yeah, there's like some overlap for me. I have some IRL friends from Florida who like know about my channel, but that's also kind of how we became we didn't become friends because of my like Twitch stuff, but we became friends because we were all like kind of like nerds and used Discord and stuff, you know, watched Twitch, so right. Okay, it's been 30 minutes and I haven't even, well, actually, okay, talking about the YouTube stuff was part of my yapping schedule. Your stream is unlisted on YouTube because you're shy? That's fine. Honestly, just having the streams on YouTube at all is great because then they'll be backed up, unlike on Twitch. You're a degenerate online and you need that not to bleed over. That's extremely valid. Yeah, like Lala says, that's extremely valid. Oh, also, hi, Kieran. I'm sorry that I passed out. I'm fucking, and I slept all night. I woke up at like 8 or 9. I don't know how I stay up until 8 a.m. and then the next day, like, just stumble into, like, a normal human sleep schedule. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I was supposed to do degenerate fishing with Kieran yesterday, and I didn't. A full night of sleep is good. No, I know, but, like, I've been... I know that you did. I know that you two were yapping, but I was just like, what the fuck? Why am I tired? Hi, Annie. You're just in time. I haven't done anything at all. I've just talked about fishing and stuff. How did I get 5 levels past the end of the game? You won't believe it. It actually didn't end when we killed Zodiac. Like, it's been kind of weird. Been kind of weird. You get a snow day tomorrow? That's so exciting. All right. Enough fake yapping. We need to get to the real yapping. Honestly, I feel like I'm just avoiding talking about it because I'm so... I have so much to say. I was telling Lala, I was like, dude, I feel like I asked her, I was like, should I make a PowerPoint presentation? I didn't, but I could have. Okay, where we're gonna start? I think a great place to start would be to watch. You were looking forward to a slideshow. I could have. Oh, you know what? Okay, more distraction. Let me just deal with this pupper. Alright, the dog is bundled. Lala, that would be perfect. That would be perfect. Okay, where I want to start though, actually, let me mute the game. I think a nice start would be to rewatch the last cutscene. Because, okay, so mainly what I'm yapping about is the last quest, Thou Must Live, Die, and Know. Because at the end of stream, I was just like, lol, I don't know what to say. I was just really tired. And so I didn't give my thoughts on it. And I've thought about it a lot since. So let's just rewatch this. And we're gonna rewatch it with the Japanese voices because Vana's voice in Japanese is really nice. Hi, Selim. I'm sorry you didn't get a hole. Let me skip ahead to this part. This part. Thank you for your streak as well.
I was like, Mommy, yeah, that looks really good. I like that.
CG. Thank you for the gift sub to Yapping Till Dawn. We'll see. We'll see. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your streak too, Keeper. Oh, it's muted, lol. Lol. It's loud, lol.
そして私は燃える空を見上げている。今なおこの地上から降り注ぐ星は悲しみ、海を濁らせるのは嘆き、木々を腐らせるのは定感か。恐怖が慣れ親しんだ技を狂わせる。それらは先行く者たちの絶望。かつて良き世界を目指し果たせなかった者たちに終わりを歌う歌だ。天の果てに救うのはもはや使い魔などではないのだろう。終わりの断りそのものだ。人はその日同胞の半数を煮えとしてゾディアークを作り出した。
We're rewatching the last cutscene.
熱いエーテルでアーテリスを覆い終末を遠ざけたのだ。
Got a hype train going for Vana. I feel the same, Kevlar.
拭い去ることのできない人、もはや誰もが忘れていた望まぬ死が人を深く傷つけた。
Yeah, Lala, part of the reason I'm nervous about talking about this is I really want to keep it together.
耐え難く、それを知らなかった頃、輝かしき果実に人々の心を縛り付けてしまった。
見るに耐えない。なぜ苦しまなければならないのか。
元に戻すのだ。何もかも曇りなき世界、楽園に帰ろう。
いいえ、いけません。私たちは今苦しみを知り、悲しみを知り、絶望を知った。それらはいかなる文明も消し去れなかったもの。生きていくことを望めば沿っていかなければならない相手。この惨劇をなかったことにするのではなく、胸に刻んで進みましょう。それこそが生きる強さを得るということ。
ありえない。これが現実であっていいはずがない。私たちは作れていたはずだ。何の憂いもない良き世界を。
I especially like their voices in Japanese. They sound more serious.
苦難はあった。それがたまたま人に向いていなかっただけなのです。お願い、どうか目を開いて。命を捧げて命を生み、それを繰り返して元に戻ろうだなんて到底進歩とは言えません。楽園でしか生きられない、そ
I
んなも
agree,
のにならないで。
Meerkat.
影なき国を作り得ない以上、いつかは決定的に破綻してしまいます。
ゾディアーク、
This guy.
我らの作りし神よ。
This hits different.
祈りを聞き届けたまえ。命を喰らい、命を紡ぎ、そして私たちを返しておくれ。
That's funny, Meerkat, because she sounds very Ka-san coded to me. She sounds very mother to me.
あの日々に。
But there's also the difference between her voice when she's speaking with love and with anger, as you'll hear. She has a lot of range.
壊そうというのか、この美しき世界を。
眼前に広がる地平、吸い込まれるような空、静かだけれど力強い
At least 30 yawns.
自然の息遣い。それらの合間に人の営みが明かりを灯し、ことの葉を響かせる。そんな光景に胸が温かくなった。何より出会う人そのものがたまらなく好きだった。それでもだからこそ私は信じているのです。人の可能性を、どんな風にだって生きられるということを。私はあなたたちを分かつ。よすがの神ごと二度と戻れぬ形に変えよう。楽園へ至る翼、かりそめの全能は失われた。 人はここから歩き出すのだ。
Yes. Aura farming in every language. Yeah, I love both her English and Japanese VA. I just like to see the difference, hear the difference. Oh, Sion, to answer your question, I don't speak Japanese. I do understand some through exposure, but not as much as I would like.
どこもかしこも激しく痛む。胸は苦しく、呼吸さえもままならない。神聖した世界では全ての命が困難の中にある。
Good point, Kevlar. She herself. No, I think the difference between her and a lot of Amaurot teens is she doesn't see herself as like better or different.
よどむことなく、まだ見ぬ方へと進んでいく。一瞬ごと生まれ死にながら、それぞれが答えを得ようとしている。なぜ命を与えられながら死にゆくのか。無力でも叫び通っている。不完全なるものはそれゆえに終わらぬ探求の旅を続けるのだ。探せ、終わりを知ってなお立ちすくまぬ強さを。探せ、もつれた足を先へ進ませるものを。探せ、暗闇のうちに喜びを。絶望の中でも消えぬ光よ。
Hikari. Thou must live, die, and know. You know, I didn't clock the first time. I did clock the first time I watched this scene. Those are the words to answers. It's the title of the quest. Oh my god. But I love the range. I love her. I think her English voice actor is amazing as well, but shout out to the Japanese VA as well. All right. Yeah, so the first thing I wanted to talk about was the music. So Answers is great. I think Answers is great, but I swear I'm not trying to be like what's the word? I'm not trying to be like contrarian or anything, or like, you know, like hipster or anything like that, but I tend to like the in-between songs in this game. Like the interlude music of Trials is often my favorite part. And what hit me hardest, and you would have seen this in my stream too. What hit me hardest was from the Ashes, which Lala, I know you're listening. This brought me back to 2 years ago doing coils with her. I'm gonna pull up. I don't have like VODs of when we did this because we did it offline, so I just cut it together. This is gonna take forever to load for some reason. This is gonna take forever to load. That's why I have turned off the browser display. It's taking even longer than I thought. YouTube. Alright. I'm just gonna play this cutscene.
So the possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, what I have become. These are the keys that unlock the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth. If you would have them, then you must needs take them by force. Come.
So the twins, I will remind you from Coils, were trying to find out what happened to their grandfather, and it's just been revealed. This is the reason Eorzea was reborn. He became the Primal Phoenix. And just as Louisoix transforms, this music hits. He did say claim your answers, you're right!
That entity is no phantom or imposter. It is our beloved grandsire.
It's so fucking sad, man. Everyone's like, oh, old VA's gross. I still love them. They're nostalgic.
For his sake and for ours, you must defeat our grandfather.
So this music plays. So it hits right when Louisoix transforms into Phoenix, and it actually plays during the fight as well. I'll just play it. You think that I'm surprised you think this track is superior because it's so sad. I don't know if it's because I associate it with this scene, which is very fucking sad. But the composition of the song is a bit odd. You're a sucker for organs. Now that you mention organs, actually, my favorite track in Final Fantasy IX is it also features organs. But to me, it's a bit quiet actually. I turned it down too much. To me, this song feels like it feels like you're reaching for something and like you can never. Does that make sense? Like it feels like you're like reaching for something and you can never get it. That's what this song makes me feel. And I love it. So that's when I was getting very emotional in this cutscene with Vana when she's speaking to these followers of Zodiark. That's why you love it? Okay, we really are the same. And this part, oh my god, just kill me. Oh my god, it's so sad. Don't want it to be too loud. So it's playing. It's playing during this part, right? And okay, so I guess I'm gonna get into my feelings on this. Yeah, Lala, it really not only does this song bring up nostalgia for us doing not just that fun. Okay, actually, hang on. But before I start talking about Vana and this scene, I was thinking about coils because I had to go back to this cutscene from turn 12. It just made me think. It's also like there's this element of nostalgia and also a reminder of how hard it was for us. Like we would spend. I'm all for people going unsynced full level through coils for the story, but it was really rewarding doing it with Lala. Neither of us really knowing what we were doing because this was our first like raid experience. And there would be times where we couldn't progress the story because we were stuck on Avatar for like 2 or 3 weeks. And it was horrible. And we worked so hard and we learned so much. And so that's just a very special memory for me. But when these fights first came out, they were so hard. You know, people couldn't unsync it before. I don't know if we were level 7. I don't know if we were level 70 for this fight. It varied with the coils fights as we like leveled through MSQ. Yeah, I'm actually, especially having these memories coming back, I'm sort of interested in more seriously pursuing doing them synced with blue mages. We did the savages unsynced. I think I just did them for the achievements. Okay, but back to Vana. So in this scene, she's talking about how much... Is the music too... Sorry, I keep going back to the music because I feel like it's a little too loud if I'm gonna be talking. I just love it, but I don't want it to be too loud. Thank you. Is it still too loud? I'm gonna be... You think I would think it's a hair too loud. You know what? You're so right. My yapping must be the forefront. Yeah, I tend to get annoyed if I have an extended yapping session and I feel in the VOD that like you can't really hear me just because I'm an audio level fanatic. But okay, so in this scene, Vana is talking about how much she loves mankind and the land and the trees and the plants. And what I like about this is that it's not something that's like invented on the spot or something that they're trying to force upon us and convince us is true. Because that's an issue that I had with Elidibus's character. I really feel like they did way too much telling, not showing, and they completely failed with his character, in my opinion. With Vana, not only is she Hydaelyn, who literally is the Mother Crystal and loves all of her children, but it's been shown since her introduction, which I guess you could argue we saw her before, but her proper introduction was in Elpis. It's been shown since then that this is her character, is like Vana's character as well. Starting with, I thought it was really slick how they had Emet-Selch in a sort of, he was sort of not really approving as he told us that she was the previous Azam, and against, not like this is totally unheard of, but it was very much against custom that she didn't end her life after she stepped down from the convocation. And she did that because she literally did that because she loves people so much that she can't bear that she might not be around to help them when they're in trouble. So I just feel like they did such a good job making you feel like everything that she's saying here, they are my meaning and my purpose, my love. And she is sort of speaking as Hydaelyn now, but the line between Vana and Hydaelyn's character is quite thin, which I don't have a problem with either. And one thing that I didn't notice about this scene, let me find it. It's when they're going like, oh my god, Zodiark, you're so poggers. Where is it? So, if you look in the stands around, of course they're not showing it, you'll see like a shit ton of bodies. There are bodies here and here. This scene, when I like went back and watched this cutscene, I was like, oh my god. And I guess maybe I was sort of like distracted. I didn't quite realize what they were doing. Like they are, so Zodiark has been summoned. Half of the population has been taken, and they are summoning yet more people to keep up this facade that things are okay, that the planet might go back to the way that it was before. And Vana cannot accept this. She knows that the planet is doomed if this is the approach that we take. Oh shit, Sion, that's a good point. I was kind of wondering how this maps to... I didn't think to go into the Amaurot dungeon. That's really clever. I should try that. Because I was sort of curious to see, as Vana walks through Amaurot, whether that... it might map. The ones on the floor, though, are definitely in the dungeon. Yeah, this is just really good framing. Having this body like propped up, and this is horrifying. This is a horrifying scene. They did such a good job. They did such a good job. So then she does the sundering. she does the sundering. And it kind of gets biblical. Like, she's basically casting mankind out from the Garden of Eden. And it's not because we trespassed against her or committed any kind of sin. Like, she might disagree with the convocation, but she condemns every living thing to this fate of being, you know, like broken, having your soul broken up. And she does it because of her love and her belief that mortality will give us the strength to accept suffering and like find a way through where the people of Amaurot could not. Clearly, they just could not. The Garden of who? Eden. And I say Garden of Eden because I think this sort of like... I see this as very... I'm not religious, but I see this as very biblical. And it's kind of a nice continuation of the Satan that we see in Emet-Selch and Shadowbringers, who not only does he refer to Amaurot literally as Paradise Lost, he, to me, is very clearly based on the character Satan in that poem. So I thought that this was a nice extension of that. Except to Vana, there's no paradise. There was never a paradise. You love that Lady Gaga song. You didn't see those at all? You were like, no way are these 20 people half the population, but that makes way more sense. Okay, so that's the other thing. Well, actually, hang on. I want to talk about this scene more, starting with like all the way back. All the way back here. I mean, she's saying, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Another aspect of this scene that was difficult to fully appreciate in the moment, you know, streaming and just like perceiving this for the first time, it was hard to appreciate how extremely non-literal this scene was. Like, I understood in the moment that, like, Vana is not walking past a person who is transforming into a monster and being eaten, and she is not walking past Hades in Hydaelyn. This is just illustrating a potential scene where Emet-Selch had to let his best friend go because he had to go be sacrificed for the summoning of Zodiark. And we know that Hydaelyn was one of the people sacrificed. He wasn't sundered or anything because we met his shade on the moon. He was presumably part of the original half of the population that was sacrificed to summon Zodiark. And we also know that the world was restored in a way before the summoning. I went back to look at when we first talked to Hydaelyn in the script. So he said, I guess I'll just read this. The final days, what began as isolated incidents soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at that time, endeavored to create a will for our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. Of those of us who still lived, nearly half. Okay, so some people also died in just the horrors of the final days, being eaten by their creations and whatnot. Of those of us who still lived, nearly half offered up their lives in the name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiark was born. Just as we had hoped, he reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet oh, how the star had suffered. So many species lost, the land was blighted, the waters poisoned, and even the wind had ceased to blow. So, you know, the world probably still looked like shit like this. It's just that now there was an etheric barrier protecting them from. I'll get into like later what I assume it's some kind of like onslaught of dynamis and the ether protected them, but I'll get into my thoughts on that stuff. And so he says, okay, so half have already sacrificed themselves, but the star is fucked. They don't have grass or anything. There's no wind. Once more did our people give of themselves to Zodiark. Another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grasses and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. So we're down, I was thinking 75%, but then like a bunch died in the final days too. The cycle of life had begun anew, and we reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. The convocation decided thus: we would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiark. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose souls had fed his strength, i.e., bring their friends back, and together we would resume our roles as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiark, that this new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies to the creation of Hydaelyn, an incarnation of their opposing belief. And for the first time in our history, our people stood divided. So, this is what Hydaelyn told us when we first met him in the DMV, met his shade in the DMV in Amaurot. So half of the population was sacrificed to summon Zodiark and restore the celestial ether currents, but then a further half was sacrificed to revitalize the world, and then they were intending to nurture the world until it was full of life, and then sacrifice those living beings. I don't think they're talking about sacrificing the grass, dude. Like, I think they're talking about, like ritual sacrifice. like factory farming, basically. And that was how they were gonna make Amaurot great again. They were like, oh, we're gonna get all our friends back. It's gonna be so great. And to me, this is a reflection of the sickness that Hermes struggled with, I guess. The Amaurotians were stewards of the land, but I also think that they thought that they were above it, like above the animals, above any weaker beings. They felt that their lives had more value. And Hydaelyn was summoned by Vana and her followers in response to this final plan, which they found acceptable. Sorry, they found it unacceptable. That's one thing you find interesting about Alpis, is the parallels between Vana and Hermes as outliers in their society who see flaws in the paradise. Yes. And I'm glad you point out Vana, because initially I was like, how is Hermes and even with Vana and Hermes, I don't think there's any way that they're I think they're more like, I can't even finish a sentence. I don't think that they are meant to be the only people who feel that way. I think they're sort of giving us a peek into the fact that, there are probably maybe a minority, but like all is not well in paradise, basically. They're the plot device, exactly. You choose to believe the plant person was based? Wait, who's the plant person? Anyway, so I bring all that up because it's unlikely that, this isn't the greatest pick, but it's unlikely that when the Sundering happened, that the sky was still ablaze with monsters all around. I think this was meant to be more like, well, we do see monsters here. Like this is basically just there we go. There we go. We've got fire in the skies. We've got the apocalypsis monster. We never meet them. Amaurot. No, I was wondering if we even met their reincarnation in A Realm Reborn, but we don't. I went through a lot of the Realm Reborn Ascian cutscenes because I don't know, I'm Ascian fascinated. But anyway, this is not like what the world looked like when the Sundering happened. So I think this is like just representing Vana's deeper understanding of the world, because her memories were intact. So she knew that humanity could never go back to the way that it was. She knows like the source of the final days, and she knows that Zodiark can't fix it. I might say that I'm fascinated, yes, but the F in front reminds me too much of Finn Daniel. It's too soon. And just to get back, so I was talking about the celestial currents and what I think they're doing. I think that please don't, no input on this, because I imagine we'll learn more, but from what I know so far, I imagine that the Song of Oblivion is like Thank you, Lola. I think that there's some kind of like, I don't know how to say this in a way that doesn't sound ridiculous, but like I think there's like an onslaught of dynamis energy that is like pelting the planet maybe. And the Song of Oblivion is like just this, it's like being sung on repeat at the edge of the universe, pummeling Etheirys with dynamis, sort of similar to how, you know, you guys remember like Radio Hydaelyn? Remember when we learned in, was it 5.3? When we learned that Hydaelyn is just like always spamming the hear, feel, think for anyone who can hear it. That's how I imagine the Song of Oblivion working. It's just on like a constant hear, feel, think repeat. But yeah, so I think that the planet is just being pummeled by it constantly. The final days are not over just because the celestial currents have been strengthened through fucking human sacrifice. I think Zodiark is always going to demand more sacrifices to protect against this. And I don't know if we'll, because we don't know the cost of restoring the lives of Hydaelyn and the other ancients, because the plan never got that far. Hydaelyn stopped them. But we don't know how many we don't know how many times they would need to sacrifice other lives to bring their friends back. We don't know if that's even possible. Maybe if Zodiark brought back Hydaelyn, would Hydaelyn be like a shade? Would it be like summoning a primal? We don't know. But I think even if it wasn't going to be like a constant circle of endless sacrifice to keep up this protection from the Song of Oblivion, I think any amount of sacrifice was just unacceptable to Hydaelyn. She heard about the Convocation's plan to like, okay, first we're gonna sacrifice another half of our population. Okay, done. Okay, now we're gonna like raise up all this plant and animal life, and then we're gonna kill it when it gets nice and lush so that we can bring our friends back. She is, no Asm would be cool with that. You think the Song of Oblivion is like a boombox outside the window? Yeah. Definitely. Median's like that one guy in the sitcom. You're currently listening to Pandemonium theme on repeat? Oh my god. We're like the same. What else? I do have notes. Oh, okay. One thing that did catch me off guard. So... This kind of caught me off guard, and you might have noticed that when I was streaming, I was like, wait, she wasn't even Hydaelyn? I was a little caught off guard because I had forgotten. If you're not thinking about it too deeply, it looks like Vana is like sundering the world by her own power, but I had forgotten that in I think it was 5.2, there's like an Amaurot home video that we watched where she tells her followers before the summoning, she says I will become Hydaelyn, but the form that I walk will be my own. So she's able to remain in her human. So she is Hydaelyn here. Hydaelyn has been summoned, but she can remain as Vana and walk as Vana. So this scene, extremely non-literal. It glosses over Hydaelyn's summoning. Like things are sort of like out of time order. We don't see any battle between Hydaelyn and Zodiark, and I love this scene. I think I love the non-literal nature of it. Because, especially because like this time in history is so long ago that it verges on myth. Like we literally, and I'm gonna get to this, but we're gonna be yapping a lot, guys. You know, like we have literal cave paintings in the Katana Ravel that depict this like a mythical scene of this fight between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. It's mythical. And rather than see that in some kind of flashback, I am much happier seeing things from this like humanized perspective of Vana. I thought it was a great artistic choice. Another... I'm thinking how to word this. There was another aspect that I loved, which... This is like less about this scene and more about Elpis generally. But... Yeah, and even it was introduced to us, even I didn't quite understand it back then, but this idea that they were going to nurture the world until it was full of life and then sacrifice. I mean, some portion of its living energy. I don't know. I think they were planning to, I think he's whitewashing it a bit. I think they were gonna do some sacrifices. I really like this and seeing the scene of the followers of Zodiark just offering up more of their people, just desperately. You see that guy, he's like, put it back to the way that it was. And I love it because it explains, it like retroactively explains why the Ascians are willing to pursue the Ardor. It's not like some comically evil thing. It's like in their mind, they don't even see sundered humans as being worthy of life. So the rejoinings are not like a genocide or a tragedy even, like, and especially through Hermes finding, you know, Hermes' whole arc on Elpis and his frustration with the way that creations are treated was just such an interesting insight, because most Amaurotines and Ascians think that humans, sundered humans specifically, deserve to be killed and reforged, the same way that the ancient Amaurotines experimenting on Elpis were like, oh, this creature has like 2 different colored eyes, time to kill it and make a new one. Like, I really liked that. I thought it was nice for the, because the Ascians have been this thread throughout the entire game, and it's nice to give them, I don't know, like context like this. And speaking of the Kitana Ravel, I wanted to bring that scene up too. We're gonna rewatch so many cutscenes, guys. Just pull this up properly. Because another aspect that I liked is showing how fucking delusion that scene with the followers of Zodiark, like it's a little more comical with the English VAs because they sound delusional and ridiculous. I did like the seriousness of the Japanese VAs a bit more, but they're so stubbornly stuck in the past and just refusing to accept reality to the point of delusion. And I wanted to replay this scene of Emmett Selk in the Kitana Ravel, because where is it? Okay, I got it.
Before the great sundering, there was one world, A world that knew naught but peace and prosperity. Until it was faced with a crisis. Unprecedented, terrifying. Civilization found itself perched upon a precipice, staring into oblivion. But through prayer and sacrifice, the will of the star was made manifest. Zodiac was his name, and by his grace was the calamity averted.
Zodiac.
Oh my god, that Grimothy clam.
A savior mighty and magnificent, deserving of reverence and gratitude. One would have thought, yet some thought otherwise. From the fears of these naysayers would rise Hydaelyn, she who was to serve as his shackles, to bind him and hold him in check. And so they fought, and they fought, and they fought, and in the end, Hydaelyn was victorious. With all her strength, she smote him, dealing a blow so devastating that it split the very fabric of reality. And thus was Zodiac banished and his being divided. That concludes today's lesson on long-forgotten history. Though I imagine your mother would offer a rather contradictory account, as is her wont.
I love this. I imagine your mother would offer a contradictory account. This story, one, I love how this, like, bitch, you were there and you're describing it like it's this. He describes, I mean, I guess it could also be like where we are in this story, but he describes it as even more like mythological than it might have been. I don't know. It's such a good line, especially because we are covering the contradictory account of our mother. But this story brings up two main points for me. One, there's this delusion that Zodiac actually restored the world to the way that it was before. Da, 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 da. Before the final days, when in reality he demanded just further and further sacrifice. And then there's also this delusion that a world that knew not but peace and prosperity, but then you have like someone like Hermes existed, and like we were just saying, he's basically like a plot device. There's no way that Hermes was the only person in Amaurot that was unhappy. So that is interesting. Oh, we're desperately in need of at least one therapist. They think they didn't need them. The other thing is that the way that he describes it, Hydaelyn was summoned because Zodiac was deemed like too strong by the Na and her followers, and that Hydaelyn was summoned in order for her to keep Zodiac in check. But I don't think that was ever the plan. And the last cutscene that I want to watch is from Anadar in 5.2. Because this is going to be me doing the VA, because it's freaking... It's a bunch of ghosts. Thank you all for joining us at Anaida in these most perilous of times. Oh my god, Grim, it's Anadar, please. I
By the
didn't know.
summoning of Zodiac have we been granted a reprieve. Yet, immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same.
Another thing that I like here is Vina told us when we left Ctesis that she wanted to respect the convocation, but she was going to basically gather trusted followers, and she was going to share the truth about Median to them. So these people likely, in fact, I'm fairly certain that they all know just how temporary of a solution Zodiac is. They know the truth.
I said as much to the convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings.
And this, her followers were trying to convince the convocation that there had to be another way. And this is maybe a more like day by day depiction of what happened versus what we get in the Thou Must Live, Die and Know cutscene is Vina / Hydaelyn speaking to those followers. It was probably like some period of her followers trying to, trying to speak reason and convince more people, but they were just a minority, unfortunately.
I'd hoped that the defector at least would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Who's the defector?
That's us. It's Asm.
Whither tend your thoughts, Venat? Where you lead, we will follow.
I shall not speak ill of the convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Wait, do you think that her beep boop voice was the same? I gotta know more about the beep boop voices. I'm like, is that the same VA?
Yet it is plain they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course, even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren?
So, this to me, this is not like, oh, we're summoning someone to keep. I think that they were probably planning the sundering from this point. Like, that's what Hydaelyn was for. This is my take anyway. I think that's what Hydaelyn was for. I don't think she was shackles to keep him in check. Like, maybe they had hoped for a different path forward, but I feel like this was how it was always going to be. These the Vanavia job boosting. Look, for now we're gonna have you doing some beeps and boops, but it's gonna expand. We need you to have some range.
Must be the Hydaelyn creators, no?
If they are as iconoclastic as they are describing, the T is more silent. Vena.
Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check.
These are the Hydaelyn enjoyers. And then there's one more cutscene. We get one more home video.
Vena, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it were another, any other. You are our leader. None can take your place.
I just wanted to. This is the cutscene where she explains. We don't need to watch this, but this is where she explains that she can remain in her human form even after Hydaelyn is summoned. But the crazy thing is, like, all these people around her in that cutscene when she performed the Sundering, it felt like she was so alone, and she probably was, because once she was Hydaelyn, all of her followers would have had to give up their lives for her, which is fucking horrible. But I need to pull up. I need to pull up another video. One more. Oh wait, I already have it pulled up. Let's go. So one of Vanan's followers says none can take your place. When I was going back and watching this, I was like, holy shit. That's what Hydaelyn says to us.
No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place.
None can take your place. Oh my god, the parallels. Anyway, that's not that's not a very big point. I just loved that. I loved that parallel. Fuck, this went full screen non-consensually. It's gonna be messed up now. No, I was so fucking sad. And I kept saying it. Hang on, I need to fix this now. OBS is broken. There we go. I was so I'm not recapping Katisa's because I feel like I kept being like, this is so fucking sad and crying. So I feel like I got out my feelings about that, but then I didn't. I have a lot of thoughts on Thou Must Live, Die and Know. But this parallel here, I feel is intentional. None can take your place. No one else can take your place. Because Vana tells us that there's a conjunction forming between our time and hers. And I guess I can just use my own VOD now. They illustrate this during her walk. Hi, Hats. Bro, I've been yapping for so long. But it's taking about as long as I thought it would. I did say I thought it would be over an hour, and we started about an hour ago. Okay, during her walk.
Yours is a never-ending.
Okay.
So to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured.
One way they illustrate this conjunction is showing her stumbling through. Lala said that she views this scene with Vana / Hydaelyn as being like her staggering through these worlds and all this suffering that she's birthed. So she's staggering through this, and we are staggering towards Emet-Selch at the end of Shadowbringers.
To find joy,
both of us,
darkness descends.
pushing on despite the despair all around us.
And amidst deepest despair.
And this is great, but it was just a little confusing because I wonder if hang on, I need to pull up one more video. I think I have a link for it though. Yeah. YouTube's gonna take a million years to load. Fuck, I don't have a timestamp. One moment. One moment, please. You think lore review is always the best part? I love it. I love it. I get to get all my feelings out. Okay, I guess I should restate what I'm even talking about. Okay, so conjunction. There is a conjunction between our time and hers. Why is this so hard to find?
Question that moment.
Why is this so hard to find?
Try for the answer to what to do.
Bro. This is marginally better than Twitch, but when you're trying to find flashes, conjunction, junction, what's your function?
Knowing your end is assured.
Here we go. It's difficult to find because it's flashes. Okay, so this is showing us staggering towards Emmett Selk. Perfectly lined up with her staggering. It's beautiful. We love it. This was just a little confusing because the scene where we are staggering towards Emmett Selk is the same scene where... This is gonna take me a second to find as well. Oh, I don't want to cry. It's the same scene where Emmett Selk hallucinates us as Azam. We are.
No.
We are.
It can't be.
We are. Dude, I was so excited at that. God, this scene is so fucking cool. That's one of the best scenes in the game. So I love the visual of both of us staggering together.
All strength has left you. To find joy.
I love that, but it's just a little confusing because the one we are.
No.
We are. The Azam that he is hallucinating, I'm like pointing at my screen right now. I'm circling. I mean, I'll use my cursor. This Azam is not, this isn't Vana Azam. That's her mentor. We are the broken soul of the successor Azam, and that Azam is Emmett Selk's friend, or was Emmett Selk's friend. But we haven't met that Azam yet. All we know is that she defected from the convocation. She didn't become part of Zodiac or Hydaelyn. She was sundered. That's why we exist. That's why Ardbert existed. That's why canonically people from Duty Finder exist. And so maybe it'll make more sense later, but in the moment, I don't know why they chose that scene to illustrate the shared struggle between us and Vana, because like, I wasn't fully locked in, like, oh my god, our fates are entangled now, because it struck me so much. You can see. We are. I'm freaking out. Like, it struck me so much at the end of Shadowbringers that Emmett Selk saw his friend in us. So part of me, you can actually look at my face. It's so funny. Okay, so I'm like, just watch my face. I'm like, wait, what?
To continue when all strength.
I'm just like, wait, what? In my mind, I was like, oh wait, are they trying to say that I'm Hydaelyn? Is that who Emmett Selk saw? But she's a different Azam. And that's, honestly, that's part of why I didn't want to say anything at the end of last stream. Like, I wasn't sure if they were trying to do some kind of reveal that I just didn't understand. I was like, wait, but Vana's a different Azam, what? And there have been so many moments where the insistence on titles for Ascians and the convocation has created more confusion than clarity for me. I think the only good use of titles was the Hades reveal. And that was spoiled for me. So honestly, I wish they had just thrown away the concept altogether, because there have been too many times where I've been like, wait, what? Because of name confusion. You're a canonical duty finder enjoyer. That's right. You guys, I forget who was with me. Who was with me for this? These are my canonical duty. These are my canonical. I don't know what shards you guys are from, but those are the warriors of light from other places. You guys and Ardbert, and he's inside me now. But yeah, this is very minor. That was just it's just unfortunate that I was like a little confused. I was just like you can see my fucking face. I was just a little confused, and I needed time to process. And it's just because they make some weird lore choices. But other than that, 10 out of 10. You oft tank for that? Did you? Wait, that's crazy. You were still... Was it that long ago that you were still in your Paladin arc? Wow. Wow. But yeah. That's like, okay, so it was like 70% I'm tired, but definitely a strong 30% like, wait, what? Are they trying to, do I not understand? I just didn't want to say anything and feel stupid. What else? Oh, my final, you know what? My final point can wait until after I pee, because it's not really related to this quest. I'm not the only one to be confused there. Thank you so much for saying that. Not only so that I don't feel dumb, but that also reinforces for me that, and Lala has said it as well, that she's been confused about the titles. Like, it's funny because I remember during MSQ 2 weeks ago, I was like, I thought it was really cool how they introduced Vana as the mentor to the current Azem, and that she was an Azem before. Like, I thought that was cool, but then it still ended up being confusing. It still ended up being confusing, and I think that they had already named some Ascians, and they were like, well, let's just make that their title. They all have titles, but they have real names that are Greek, and because we're gonna have a Greek tragedy. I honestly think that was their plan. They had us wearing those stupid robes. We don't know what the previous, for one, we didn't know what the Amaurotines looked like. Ardbert, I miss you so much. I would die for you. So who he is seeing here is Vana's successor. We don't know her real name. We just know that she was the last Azem. And we know that she defected from the convocation. Yeah, it's really interesting. I'm really interested to learn more about her. We must have needed a tank because you were a red mage by then. You know, I was a dark knight in MSQ, but then I think I was too scared to actually off tank, funnily enough. All right, we're almost 2 hours in. I'm gonna go pee because I've been hydrating because I've been talking a lot. And then I just have... Let me unmute the game so you have actual music. Let me go pee, and then I had a couple more things I wanted to mention, and then we can do more story. Alright, I'm all peed out. I can also, hang on, let me turn on a light because I can put my camera on now. I honestly did not want to put my camera on because I was afraid that I was gonna cry. But I kept it together. I kept it together for Vina. Why is it so low? Hello? Oh my gosh. Dude, Miller, I was fucking sobbing in the cutscene after Thesis. Dasha was streaming. She's making those Bezos bucks. What else did I want to mention? Bless you, my love. Dasha, you're gonna have to leave if you're making... That's fucking disgusting. My love. It's so dry in here. I thought I had a couple more. I know there was something else I wanted to mention, but the only thing that I wrote a note about was... So one thing that struck me when we met Vina, before she was Hydaelyn, was... like when we met her in Alpes, she already... I'm gonna have to put my camera on this scene too. We can go back here. Dasha, I'm gonna have to put you out of the room. You were going to have to leave. Is she okay? I mean, she's old. Not much you can do about it. Old and might have asthma. She gets her roids. Not much more we can do. But I will need to kick her out of the... I'm gonna kick her out. She can hack and cough in the other room. Right. So when we meet Vina and it's when we're up on the bridge and she's already talking like a benevolent god who loves her children before she becomes Hydaelyn. You know, like when she's talking about her adventures as Azam. And that just made me really... I was already interested in the ancient world outside of Amaurot because in the Amaurot that Emmett Selga recreates, there are ancients who are talking about how basically like the final days are already happening across the pond outside of their city. They didn't seem to care very much because it wasn't affecting them. And so it just made me really curious about the world outside of Amaurot and I feel like Elpis was like a research lab extension of Amaurot. Because I've had a pet theory for a while that the original Convocation is somehow related to the myths of the 12, like the gods, because there are 6 elements, so that are astral and umbral, so that's 12, so like 12 elemental gods, and then Hydaelyn and Zodiark makes 12. And Urianger already noted that when we told him about Azam, he's like, that sounds similar to Azema, the sun goddess, and Azim, the dawn father in the east. So that's a pet theory that I've had for a while. But if I think about it too hard, I'm like, well, Hydaelyn is Vana, who isn't part of the Convocation anymore. And Zodiark was Elidibus, who was an emissary rather than a member of the Convocation, so it doesn't really work out, but that's still my pet theory. But yeah, I'm curious whether the planet might have had a significant population of humans before the Sundering who lived outside of Amaurot, who maybe were seen as lesser than, like maybe they couldn't use creation magics, I don't know. We don't know anything about cities outside. And I'm curious whether the Amaurotians might have seen these people as subhuman, the same way that Ascians see sundered people as expendable and subhuman. And maybe, so when I think about what they were going to sacrifice to bring back the Amaurotians, I'm like, well, maybe that could include some type of human. Maybe that could, and maybe when those humans were sundered, they became Garleans, and that's why Garleans can't use magic or something. I don't know. Many potential theories. Elidibus lore is it's frustrating. I'm probably gonna get into that when I make a Shadowbringers review video, because Elidibus he's interesting. What's up, Katie? Welcome in. Alright. We're on the other side today. The other side? The other side of what? Not sure if rereading it will help with that. Nancy, thank you for your streak. Alright, we've hit 2 hours. I think that was everything. I'm just gonna look through my notes again. Yeah, I think that, I don't know why I thought I had another, maybe I just had another mental point, but it'll come back if it's important. It's been 2 hours. Well, I was gonna say 6 hours were spent. 30 minutes we were not even getting to the lore yet. We were talking about how you can fish on YouTube. Oh, my camera was on the right, yeah. You guys were on the right side. Yeah, I do have a notepad document actually. I'm gonna save before I exit. Closing all my tabs. I think that's everything. What's up, Slimy? How you doing? And we're playing on Siren today because I guess I didn't realize that Ether was like not congested anymore, so anyone can come here.
When the Nier raids happened here, there was a matching crossover with a Nier phone game. It was some. I feel like there have been a lot of Nier crossovers with a lot of games. There's a brief bit of lore available on the Sundering. It won't affect what we're talking about, but interesting. Was it only in the Nier phone game? I've been okay, Slimy. A little exhausted for the past couple weeks, but... Nier reincarnation. It's been down as of a year or so. No. It's gone the way of Play Online. Real? Yeah. Yeah. Can winter be over? Alright. No more delays. Only game. Oh my god, it's speaking of snow. Hi, Lala. Speaking of snow, it's freaking snowing in game. What the hell? So no, yeah, this is a New Jersey simulator. You suffered from a lack of initial content in Nier Reincarnation. Oh, it suffered. And was too slow moving. Blech. Are you dealing with the snow too, Miller? Alright, so all of that happened. I cried so much. And then the last part of the quest was just talk to Kryl. So we came back here. It's freezing your blue crabs. No! What is this? What is this? Where? Who does that belong to? Did someone place it here? I'm so confused. It's free, just take it. I would if I could. Oh my god, I just did so much yapping and now I need to do Lalafell voices. Alright, I know that I said that I was ready, but what if I just gamer grease my face? It is so Chrono Cross, this song. And it has the, you'll never unhear it once you hear it. It has the wow emote in it. My chat window is not. You love the bongos? Yeah. Why is my gamer face so gamer greasy? How are there ads? I thought they were just ads. Not that I've been keeping track, but... Anyway, watch on YouTube or whatever. I love how people in chat will be like, ugh, ads, and it's like, did you read the announcement that was just posted? You can literally watch without ads for free. Use your eyes to read. No, I know, it's too much to ask. It's too much. Ah, you're right, Lala, with your logic. You're working on poses for screens while watching? Nice. Good luck with your bone posing or whatever.
You've a knack for turning up exactly when needed, and this is no exception.
Dude, I came in here earlier because I was debating G-posing next to them. Look how worried Tataru looks. She is so concerned. Crowl seems fine. Yeah, changing your bun orientation. As the heavens burn. Though you and Crowl both have news to share, hers is perhaps the more urgent. Excuse me, I went back in time!
So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle.
That's right, we're gonna have to I'm gonna have to do the blasphemy stuff, the role quests. Oh my god, let me touch this rug. Time travel. Dude, don't mention breakout sessions to me. Do not mention breakout sessions. What's up, Decoy? Hello.
To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Alphino have been travelling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus and Menis is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Estinian and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succour to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Y'shtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea. But to no avail.
Oh, it's not gonna be that easy, is it? I kind of was like, can't we just go to like Idleshire and like go down to the Ethereal Sea? Can't we just use the tunnels? The secret Charlian tunnels? No avail.
As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You also recall the proposal issued by Master Foshno to the people at Radzadan. Following their discussion, Vritra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alize, Estinian and Graha travelled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now... the final days have come to Garlemald.
Pog, another Death Sky unlocked?
Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Foshno. Then, panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital.
Me when the link shell goes silent?
The others need you, Grimithy. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Can't Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution.
I'm... okay. Gear up. Gear up, everyone. Hello, Elio. Am I geared? I'm geared.
Wait. It pains me to send you off alone into unknown peril after you've only just returned, but 12 willing, you won't be alone for long. I'll be sure to let Thancred and Y'shtola know that you're back. At least they're still responding to their link pearls.
Okay, so the link shell's not totally silent.
Wow! Yay! It looks awesome! Yay!
This is what we're missing in this game. More final days. I should just like stop progressing MSQ. If everywhere looks like this, I should just stop playing the game. Grimothy, not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, and but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you will have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacies that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you're ready to depart?
Yeah.
Upon departing from Magna Glacies, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Okay.
Yep. I'm ready.
Earlier, on the Magna Glacies. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my connection's complete? Wouldn't you say I'm a cat girl? Cat girl who has everything. No! We were promised an escape! Not the same doom we fled. I've got... What's this thing called again? Shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense. Why is this not voiced, bro? Kinda cringe.
Hi, Indy.
No child eating today, sir. How? Leave the fighting to us, father. You must lead the people to safety. Oh my god, he's aura farming! Those are your sage pendulums, bitch! He doesn't need you, Dad. He has a big brother. I can handle this pair. You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it. Why is his mouth moving? But no. As you wish, my little lord. The fact that this is not voiced is, like, actually ridiculous. Cut voicing from something else. He was literally like... Bah, bah, bah. Oh, God. Do you want me to heal? I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Help is at hand.
Livy your diagnosis. Wait, how is this different? Dude, I can't read this shit. Dracal diagnose. How is... Oh, this is your... Okay, this is your... Yeah. Can I attack stuff too, please? Toxicon. Okay. By the gods. Okay. These buttons are so awful. They're so awful. Do I not have an AoE? I'm cringing. These keybinds are literally criminal. There's no hope. You guys are fine. I healed you. I healed you. Oh, I'm spamming what I think is doses, but I'm putting diagnosis on myself. I'm cringing. I'm cringing. I know you can move it. Maybe I'll... Because that's... I can't... I can't move them. I'm calming refugees. I'm casting Xanax. These are voiced? Why is my voice off?
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Thank you, Kieran. What the f- Should I redo this? That was insane. I can't leave. I can't believe my voices were off. Why? Having to press 5 is insane. What's my AoE? These buttons are awful. Bro, these buttons are so awful. This is... I feel like being a sage main actually hurts here. Oh my god, I'm... Don't die as to me. Are they teaching me to just spam heal, perhaps? It's AoE, please. Wrong button. I feel like being a sage in this situation is actually awful because I already have keybinds for some of this stuff.
They fight hard, but not hard enough.
Thank God. So when he was moving his lips, he was probably like, huh. He was probably like being all cool and shit. Bro, this is so awful. Oh, it's dead. Great. Oh, hello. I didn't even notice how sexy this thing was because I was just staring at the keybinds. What's up, Arcana? Yes. Xanax, the most powerful healing spell of all.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Great song choice.
No. Don't. I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Euless. My sweet baby boy.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Ain't no way you heard that from over there. That's RPG logic, for sure.
Of that I've no doubt.
God, Kieran, thank you so much. I'm so glad I read your message. I think I had voices off from a party that I was at last night, because people were... It was a Lalafell thing, so there were really annoying voices.
Saviors, the Imperial Army.
While I was trying to listen to bard music.
Oh!
There were so many people making annoying noises.
All of them down at once.
It wasn't just you, Decoy.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Playing as... Alice. Oh, fuck off. Okay, at least this one. You know, I didn't realize that the previous one also gave me time to... I didn't realize that I would have time to read Alfino's stuff. Okay. Sure, I mean, sure, whatever. What does it mean, the combo? I don't understand. I don't play red mage really. Oh wait, this is single target. Why would I need to use this? This is single target too? Okay. This is not the most compelling gameplay. When would you...
I'm fine.
This one is not like the rest. I don't understand, like... what these are for.
Not today.
Ow. I'm so confused by it because there's no description. And there's dialogue going on that I can't fucking read. Like, this is your melee stuff, but oh, Graha, I was gonna take that one. If you, I'm gonna use typical. Is this like only melee range? I don't, Verhol, I don't know. I don't get it, TBQH.
I'm not done yet.
Oh, this like has a cooldown? I just don't get it. I wonder if it would be easier or harder if I played more Red Mage.
Nothing to worry about.
I don't want to get away from it.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
Oh, that one's much sooner.
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
That's cute. Wait, that's really cute that they give her that button. That's really cute. I didn't, like, I have played some Red Mage, but I was like, oh, maybe I'm, like, not up to date on it. Tanya uses Twister.
Not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Why is it not auto? Dude, my settings are all out of whack. What the heck?
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece.
One Piece?
Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Oh, dude, that thing bodied her. Who's aura farming?
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Is he a Palace of the Dead enjoyer?
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
This would look cooler if I had a sword, but I've just got
fucking UFOs on my back.
Oh.
Your sword in the darkness, and I just pull out these fucking... I'm back!
I can look after myself, you know.
Classic Elise line. You thought her voice was me, Elio? I'm
Everything's
flattered.
in order, I trust.
Oh, we've got to tell him everything. We have to tell him everything.
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
God, she's so sick. In the coming battle, you will fight as Grimothy Carrots. What?
Oh, a trio for the ages.
Yeah! Yeah! That's my tank! Sorry, Lala.
Just the beginning.
It's fine. He doesn't need my cardio. It's Dania and Alfie now here.
This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Eulis will see the refugees to safety. We must keep the beasts at bay. What? Your tongue is accursed.
Damn you!
Look at all these crazy monsters on the outside. That's why I was singing Little Mermaid. Do I have to eat those? Do we want to eat those? No. Okay. That's fine. Wave of Loathing, the new single from Tom York. Yeah.
Leave the healing to me.
Shut up! I'm the sage. I can't even fucking... You know what? You can eat that. You can eat that. I can't even Icarus to you because you're not in my party list.
Now, where were we?
That didn't even hurt. Why did I even avoid it? Alfie, you heal news to me. I know. I haven't done any trust duties with him as Sage, but he left something to be desired as Scholar, I must say. Wave of Loafing, your new bread cooking book. I'd buy it. Lala, don't leave.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you.
Wow, stunning eyes.
That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Sharlayan. Please.
Animal Crossing New Horizons. Should check on the pupper after this.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
You had to clip. We can watch that after, too.
It seems they've a new destination.
God, I hate this guy.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
So that's almost an underhanded compliment.
Behind you! Just there!
Oh my god. Yin Yang finally spawned. Notorious monster. Whole time 27 minutes.
Xenos! Here!
Get lost. Exactly my reaction. That was another thing I realized, like, it's not just Median. Xenos is probably gonna want a piece of Median.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
How dare you use this music in a cutscene with Xenos?
We did forget about him. Or, I mean, I did. And then I was talking with Keeper about something, and I was like, wait, fuck, Xenos exists. He's probably gonna eat Median, and then he's gonna be the Endwalker. Maybe not. I will happily have my expectations subverted in the case of this guy. They got rid of... They like, kicked Fandaniel off the boat. Maybe they'll kick this guy off the boat, too. Me too, Annie.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is and has ever been my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry.
Yeah, 'cause you're a loser.
Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
Oh, brother. His gimmick is annoying.
And I wait.
And it's done better in other characters.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Okay. Hang on. Euless aura farming moment.
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone.
My king!
Along with so many of its people.
My king!
Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last.
Bro, he had to kill his own parents and
While
siblings!
we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did! For what?
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Euless, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
The writers typing to Grim Salad. Would you be happier with this character if he had
motives
development?
met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone.
I mean, that's true.
Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
Grimothy didn't need to speak a single word. Nice glam, thank you. I worked really hard on it, actually.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
I love how cowed he is by the strength of his children.
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
I hate this guy.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, 'tis only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Kick him in the kneecaps. That's what these...
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned.
That's what these sabatons are for.
If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
I love Eulus so much. And I'm so glad that the song was not for Xenos. It was for Eulus. I accept that.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Get him! Gosh, the Ellison ear lighting really is nice. You hate him, but you love his gun. What's up, Nico? Yeah, I mean, sometimes villains do look good. They're called sabatons because I can sabotage them kneecaps. Correct. You're happy? No, I'm happy too. Two despicable characters. He felt... It sounded like Alize was talking to an incel. It sounded like she was dressing down an incel on the internet. Speak with Lucia and get broken glass. That's all we did. That is all we did. He loves Xenos. He goes outside the convention of 14 characters by being exactly how he appears. I can appreciate that perspective. That's certainly true. It doesn't really satisfy me. But that's certainly an interesting reason to like Xenos. Apart from the usual, like, oh my god, he's so hot. His ass is so fat. Yeah, no, Xenos is the guy who keeps emailing after you broke off and moved on. He just won't stop, and it's getting sad. It's getting sad. It's getting sad. Brian, you spent 8 hours in Eureka yesterday because you missed it so badly. I need to go back. I'm due for a BA. Haven't done one since New Year's, I think. Oh my god, I forgot. Okay, I'm gonna check on the dog, but Keeper made a clip. I don't even remember what this was anymore. What is this? I don't, so much has happened. What is this? Shut up! Oh!
Leave the healing to me.
Shut up! I was really offended. Wow, that just came out. Indy had something to share. Oh my god, please, Indy. You can poke her if she's not in chat. Grandma, I gotta show you something. You're gonna stay here until I'm done with the heavy plot. It's important. Her phone died, and then she's back. Wait, that was so long ago. We did so much. I also edged my phone. You're hoping that you can convince me to give Bozia another shot. I will eventually do, what is it, CLL? I'll eventually do that. There are just so many other, like, in terms of side content, there are so many other things that are drawing my attention at the moment. Like blue stuff. Because I'm thinking, like, we'll finish Endwalker in, like, a few weeks. Maybe if we do, we're gonna probably do probably before we finish, we'll do, like, some anime filler arcs with role quests and stuff. Maybe, like, a month max. But then I'm like, okay, before post Endwalker, I want to do some blue stuff. I want to do other stuff. Let's go, Indy. I'm ready. I'm gonna check my general. Okay, I don't have Discord open. Opening Discord. It's our brand. Okay, this could be Holes. This could be Alex Jones. It is Alex Jones, isn't it? Wait, can I open this outside of... Can I open this in my browser? Okay.
Liberal. Liberal, 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 liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl gas. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl gas. Liberal. Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl gas. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl gas. Liberal.
That's literally, Andy, that makes me so, that was a worthy diversion. That's incredible. One-winged liberal is good, but Grim will always prefer Birth of a Liberal. Yes, yes. It took me a second. I was like, okay, because I was talking earlier about how holes are part of my brand. And then I was like, wait, me and Indy specifically. Alex Jones. Alex Jones. Yeah, One-Winged Angel from Final Fantasy VII. It's really, it's like, I don't even know how to describe One-Winged Angel. Like, it's such a
it's so like mimetic in sort of like pop video game culture of the time. Why is Alex Jones singing our praises? I'm not a liberal. Might do some human smuggling though. What? Alex Jones is crazy. I learned earlier that he buys his coffee from the Zapatistas in Mexico. Why is he such an awful person, but like so interesting? So interesting. All right, dog check. I'm gonna get a soda. I'm gonna pee, and then we'll do more story. Also, for anyone keeping track, specifically Kenora, Lala told me that there is a dungeon, but it's level 89, so that's probably it's probably like a Gulg into Vathri situation. We're not. I'm just gonna say we're not doing that today. So that'll be next week, because Kenora has secured her spot in that. What is it? Okay, I need to check on the dog. She's doing something crazy out there. Yeah. I wanted to let you know so you're not waiting or worried about missing it. We'll probably who knows how much yapping there might be at the start of next stream, but yeah. No, it's great actually. I didn't know that you needed to go out, but yeah, we'll probably stop right. We'll stop with like MSQ 88 stuff. You would have accepted it if you couldn't? No, but you asked in advance, so I want to make sure that you can be there. You doubt we'll be getting to the dungeon. There was an awful lot of yapping, but it's okay. It's Yapwalker. That's right. Okay, be right back. Yeah, Lala told me, because I was telling her, like, I'm pretty sure that the yapping is gonna be over an hour this time, because I was writing in a notepad my thoughts on the quest from last time. I was like, this is definitely gonna be a lot of yapping. And then I asked her, I was like, wait, it's like, it's gonna, because she got to the dungeon. She's like, and I was like, it's level 89, right? And everyone says that dungeons and trials follow the same pattern every time. So I was like, that's gonna be the Mount Gulg into Innocence trial situation. We're not gonna have time for that. Okay. That was so beautiful, Indy. Thank you. And thanks for the clip keeper. I reacted. I love Alfino, but sometimes I just lash out in anger at him. Yeah, no, it's making me laugh too because it's so unnecessarily angry. Who's gonna tell her that she's on the first quest of 88? Listen, I'm gonna lock in. Maybe we won't get to the end of the 88 quests. Hi, Sparky. Can I explain holes? No, it's like... Okay, so one of my speedrun games is Final Fantasy X-2, which I should really get back to.
Another hole. I wonder what's down there.
Sparky perfectly demonstrating. So they talk about holes in that... Congratulations, by the way. They talk about holes in that game so much that I created a daily hole redemption. But actually before that, if you do piss ow my, yeah, like my friends wrote in chat like ow my penis hole so much as a joke that like Neural would just say it a lot. So penis hole is also like just a thing that's associated with this stream. I think that's like my top clip is me talking about that. So it's just hole oriented here. Can I explain the origin of Neural? She's just a... So, I got the idea from the streamer 39daff. Someone made a chatbot. The chatbot is called Master Syphilis, and it is a Markov chain bot that listens to chat and spits out... Like, it basically... It, like, jigsaw puzzles together new sentences from stuff that people have already said. So when you do the exclamation piss, in her chat, I think it's, like, random. There's no command for it. He just, like, talks sometimes. But Neural only talks when prompted, and whatever she says, like, all of those words have been said by someone, just not in that configuration, typically. Stop distracting her. We've got a story to get to. No, we're extending it, Lala. We're extending our enjoyment of Endwalker. You're surprised Hole Redeem is still active? Good point. I may have... Hang on. I might have forgot. We yapped so long I might have forgotten to turn them off. You can do that. You can leave it to me because I also have to do it on YouTube. I'll leave the fish redeem though because it's not sound. We had straight like 2 hours of yapping. So understandably, I forgot when we were done yapping. Disabled. You did get your haul just in time, but it was also like illustrative, you know? Thank you, love. Exactly. Exactly. Another thing about YouTube is I made it so that YouTube chatters, because sometimes people will they'll be chatting on YouTube, but if they're like a, what do we call people who are like in both chats? Like someone like Decoy tends to chat on like both sides. What, do we have a name for like the dual? Are they the dual chatter? The double dippers? What's up, young one? Dual citizens. So I know sometimes people will be watching on YouTube because they're like, oh, I don't want ads. Which is what it's there for. Also, YouTube video is just way better. It's way better. But then if they want to use the piss command, they can't because they're in YouTube chat. Now, if you're in YouTube chat, if you do exclamation piss, you can have a prompt or you can just do exclamation piss. It will do it in Twitch chat and then send it back to you. So you get all the benefits. You can piss over there as well. I think that's try to run it on YouTube to help with your algo, otherwise it just fills your suggestions with Expedition 33. That is an issue with the algorithm. You'll watch one thing and then it'll be like, this is all you want to watch, right? Sometimes it's so bad I have to go in my view history and like delete videos. There's an S rank up, but I'm not gonna go to it. I'm being good. I'm gonna do MSQ. We couldn't save them all, but if we'd arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the First turned up.
Though there'll be time later to discuss your journey to the First, there is one thing I must ask. Did you perchance speak with our friends in the Crystarium?
Yeah, they love you.
Lena and Beklug both warned me against overexerting myself.
Strange that they would express such similar sentiments. Identical, in fact. But their advice is duly noted. Euless, I love you! It's been a while since we last spoke. For some time I was not myself. Lucia and the others told me what happened that night, and about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then that I realized the length that you and yours go to. I forget if I gave him an accent or if he was just... It's been too long. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. I think I gave him kind of a deep voice. That the final days should manifest here, too, after everything these people have suffered, is a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, there is yet reason to be hopeful. This guy. This is the contingent's base of operations, I take it. At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. Sundered chatters. Pantextuals. Polychatterus. These are all good. That's everyone? To see Zeno standing there so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. I still need to quiz you about your time on the First if we ever get more than a moment's respite. We'll see about that. We're talking to Lucia again. Outside help, Lucia is taking stock of the present situation. Surely it won't be another hour of cutscene.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
Aww.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur.
I'm sorry, how is it Lucia Junius, but then Euless is Euless? And also, okay, this is totally... I don't know why I looked this up, but you know how, like, for the Sorrow of Verlet, I pronounce it Verlet, because I'm like, well, everything here is very Slavic, so this should be a V sound. I looked it up, the Japanese name, and it's definitely Werlet.
But I'm like, but why? They're very inconsistent with their Slav pronunciation. It has been 0 pulse since the Twister meme. I can't believe you're doing UCOB without me. I'm sad.
And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
I do like his hair, not gonna lie.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of
Have we heard this track before? Dude, I can't even...
We need men of courage now, more than ever.
I hate when I'm like missing dialogue because my brain is focused on music. Beasts are pouring into the capital. You saw the nail transition 2 times. It was a bunch of fresh friends. That would be perfect for me! I don't know what to do beyond nail. Okay, there's the Endwalker motif. Beautiful. I don't know if we've heard this particular... It played during a couple other cutscenes. Okay, I guess it's been a while. It's beautiful.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Finally, it's story time. Grimmithy has just been silently waiting here.
Did you hear something just now?
Pudding way?
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Okay, now to find out if Forshno has ever met.
Dawn may banish
Shut
even
the
the
fuck
darkest
up!
night.
Shut up!
And to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
These guns aren't gonna...
I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
These guns aren't gonna holster themselves.
We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still.
Mapping way best VA.
And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Truly the best VA in this
Yet
game.
not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Oriange's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom?
I need to see Forshno's face. Please. He's never met these guys, right?
Should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Hydaelyn's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Oriange made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit.
Oriange is so good. That's so true.
From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Yes! Show me!
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow! Well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydaelyn's right paw. That last bit is very important, as am I. If I may humbly say so, myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us.
Fucking final days backdrop.
As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
He's very diplomatic. He's just taking it in stride.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loporrits made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Such a dream. May thy disciples banish this darkest of nights.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
Pudding way. Help
if
them!
That's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
He did stop shaking, yeah. You were talking to cute. Oh my god, I'm sorry, it's even colder here, visually at least. It's Babeth Ironheart. You love them so much. Seconded, yeah. I'm glad to see them in this second arc of theirs because I do feel like I was very disappointed by the moon. I won't go into it, but it stretched out so much to the point that I really felt it like did a disservice to the Loporrits to have them associated with this really sluggish part of the plot, even though they are very adorable and funny. So I'm glad to see them back. You've been watching Bridgerton and now Graha sounds like Anthony. I've never seen Bridgerton. Is that the VA? That VA gave it their all pudding way. They really did. They really did. Sounds like I shouldn't watch Bridgerton because it's gonna corrupt my Graha. Hello, are you cold? I dare say Master Fortuner was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Hydaelyn's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Can you believe her name is Babeth? Take a shot. I'm in trouble. I feel like Urianger of late is probably one of the worst offenders of the much and more. Little and less. There are so many permutations, Kanara. Few and less also works. You tried to watch Bridgerton because you love Graha and you couldn't make it through 1F, really? Annex time. I love it here. Charlene is so nice. Do people really hang out here? I feel like there's like, oh, of course there's no mount. I feel like there's custom deliveries. There's like the hunt. There's like the nut board. Yeah, like I guess there are enough things for people to come here more often than some of the other cities. Been in here this week and no one's been here? Well, it's mildly popping right now at least. Players in general, yeah. Wait, what? What the heck is this? Mysterious maiden. I'm doing MSQ. Hi, Chite. Look at this nerd. All the yellow quests here are great. I know. I'm gonna need to set aside time to do... How many are there in Charlian? Not too many. Because I was doing blue quests on stream for, you know, unlocking ether currents. They were okay, but they didn't really... I'm like, this isn't really, like, worthy of stream material, really. Wait, I didn't know I was gonna enter the cutscene immediately. Okay, good, it's not voiced. This is a typical rule of thumb. The first city in the expansion, Kugane, Crystarium, Old Charlian, is pretty populated while the expansion's current. But the raid hub, the second city, is always much, much more populated. That's interesting, because I feel like... Maybe less the Crystarium, but Kugane usually... You know, there's like... The jump puzzle, there's Eureka... The vibes are really good in Kugane too. Like, it's just really pretty. I feel like it's relatively populated. Crystarium is definitely less populated. Like, me going through it right now, I mean. And Old Charlian is somewhere in between, I think. Yeah. Eureka keeping it alive. Ralgers was a sight to behold during Stormblood. Okay, this is totally off topic, but it's interesting that Ralgers reaches a hub city. Because it would be really... Some of the cutscenes that you experience there in MSQ, I feel would be really weird to come out of and see, like, 500 players. And, you know, I'm being dramatic, but... You know, like the cutscene when Y'shtola is mortally wounded, you come out of it and all of a sudden there are like 20 players doing the bee's knees right next to you. I just feel like that's kind of weird. Yeah, Idleshire is a really good example of a place that is still so... You've got the relics that people are always doing. Faux hollows, Chloe... Custom deliveries. And then also there's just like a lot of stuff you can buy for, like when I was doing sub building, you can buy a lot of stuff off the vendors there, like ready-made crafting materials. All right. Not that I'm complaining, Urialge, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Atheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Labyrinthos a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kral tells us that you've obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hydaelyn's... Dude, it's crazy that we went to Elpis because of this stupid flower. That's the least of our interests. To what revelations did Hydaelyn's Elpis flower lead? Can we just cut to black and like I'm sobbing? Can we just... And this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidana's theory. We're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. Okay, so this is sounding like my idea of what the Song of Oblivion is. It's just like, it's punching Aetheris over and over with dynamis. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Metean. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she had been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose: the destruction of Aetheris. And our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim: to defeat Metean. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Metean and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. You only realized that I was a sprout during PvP the other day? Yeah, Mammy was surprised when she saw my sprout the first time I visited her on Genova too. She was like, wait, what the fuck? But I mean, I feel like some people get through MSQ quickly. I only do MSQ on stream, so we're over 2 years in. But that's still a sprout. Two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Metean escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venar, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood. These fucking writers are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venar you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge that we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay.
Do you suppose she's abandoned her pursuit of Metean?
The Venar I know would never give up.
That's my impression too. Otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues, such as the Elpis flower. I believe she's been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question.
So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Metean. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Edge of the universe? Should be easy. And communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Ehrenwald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the Anti-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it will most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home.
Knock, knock.
Did she write down her tracker for... No, she didn't. There's nothing in my pockets, unfortunately.
Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus.
Yeah, Hydaelyn left Discord, actually. She doesn't trust it anymore, understandably. And Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. God, Tataru's so cute. You spend time in Yulmore because everything is very close together. That's so valid. I think that's why Idleshire has everything close together, so it's like very easy to AFK there and do various stuff. Idleshire was really empty right after Stormblood came out. That's crazy. Because, yeah, it is quite populated even now. Peak post Endwalker, Radzed had to be split into 3+ instances. Holy shit, that's crazy. I guess to be fair, peak Endwalker was also the craziest that this game has ever been. Wait, you can get on the stone slab in Idleshire without a mount? Can you still? Alright, oh my god, so many people. Hello. 'Twas Hydaelyn's commandment that in the event that Zodiark should perish, the Loporits were to deliver the people of Aetheris from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteon, we would do well to heed their counsel. At first I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives. But it's like we discussed at the Great Work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death. Others grow defiant. They fight. Either way, it's our right to choose. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts on the Magna Glacies didn't go unnoticed. Father has granted us the opportunity that we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out. To the rostra. Oh, with Ninja... That might still be possible. Black Mage, no, though. You mean like with ethereal manipulation?
I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The rostra reminds me a bit too much of the supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep me distance.
Oh my god, the one where we fought for you?
After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Hydaelyn using the Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Fandaniel and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left me body, I could feel how faint it had grown.
Master Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as the custodian of the anti-tower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand? Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. After sending Graha and Estinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus and Minas for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages we visited. I have faith the detachment that we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. But what safety can be found in a world coming to an end? You could self-destruct with blue and get raised by a party member. That would still work. But ethereal manipulation, I tested. It does not work. I think I tested that with Annie, actually. The face recognition exposed her as Vana. No! She's trying to hide her alts. To think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats as sending one's soul into the distant past. The events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in a future I unmade, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th umbral calamity averted. In this timeline, at least. Too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Aetheris now. I don't know why he's surprised. I guess, like, because we went so far back in time, but I'm not sure why he's surprised that that should be possible. All right. Ooh, this is a nice glam. So shiny. Where's the rostra? Here. I'm pretty sure the ninja shikuchi works. I think I saw someone do it. So it's like difficult. But I'm pretty sure that is still possible. The forum is in session, and as such, the rostra is closed to visitors. I'm special. Scion of the 7th Dawn. Very well. You may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition that you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden.
This is the rostra, where the forum convenes. What, you wish for a tour? Then enter and speak with the one in charge of such things.
No. No thanks. I never noticed this lookout. Doesn't this look like... Doesn't this look like Amaurot? The Forum. In order to accommodate the 99 members of the Forum, the seating in their assembly hall is arranged in the shape of a spiral. Viewed from above, one is reminded of the symbol emblazoned upon the Charlian flag, the nautilus shell that keeps the water of knowledge.
Do you know who I am?
They don't recognize me since my haircut. It's our homie. I imagine they have a US Congress type schedule.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
My dad sucks.
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
Oh, are you scheming?
By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
Dad was like, please don't scheme, and Alfino's like, I'm gonna scheme. Ad-lib session, kind of. This is so unwelcoming. We just have to stand? Like criminals?
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han.
I think about Y'shtola running into the table constantly.
The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin.
Let's.
First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety.
An arc.
Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after.
Okay, Loki.
Following our
Hang on.
We will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies.
Low-key, Labyrinthos is kind of Elpisian. It's got Elpis flowers for some reason, even though those surely weren't approved for life down on Earth. They're collecting samples. Some freak assholes run it. And there are some good ones. I forget his name. What's the name of the grandpa who we love? Who spoke up for us? Monteshane. I remembered! That's how you know I love him.
Radzat-Han was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
Get his ass, Y'shtola.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
Allied Society Protector Y'shtola.
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable
They're so Amaurotine coded.
All to certain death.
They're gonna leave the Sahagins behind.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside,
it's time for me to
are your
put the
plans
Nov's
proceeding apace?
clutch meat
Clear under
title
the
on,
impression that your
guys.
primary
This is
means of
unacceptable.
celestial transportation is incomplete.
Do the Mughals have a right or no? We will kill you.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct.
Is Elto gonna get on this ride or not?
This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Savage Garden reference.
Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
Condition 1, the Mughals are getting on that ship. Condition 2, Nov's entire clutch is getting on that ship. We're saving everyone. Who else are we saving? We're saving Soom from the Azim Step, everyone's favorite A rank. They probably have Soom, actually. It's a pretty common monster model.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
He's so slick. Yes! Monteshane approves.
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
He's so good.
Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
I love him.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote.
Charlians
All
turning
in
down
favor of
debate.
agreeing to the Scion's terms? "71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it."
The eyes have it.
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
The will of the Forum. Who's the goofiest member of the Scions? Because, you know, if this were a Hollywood movie, the last scene before Barnier speaking up would have been like the goofiest Scion being like... I don't know who among the Scions that would be. Maybe it would be Gromothy. I feel Estinian's too... He does have a bit of a silly streak. Urianger, I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. Alice, very possible. Very possible. I feel like Kryl is trying to represent us well, so... Though she does have her silly moments. Ardford.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
That was all the scenes with the Forum are so good. They're so good. And this is an example where like all the surrounding stuff has been good too. There's always so many people to talk to. Okay, who among you? Honestly, it might be me. It might be me. It would be Tataru if she were here, yeah. It honestly, because this is a serious situation. I could see Estinian doing it, but I think it might be me. I think that might be the answer, which is Ardbert, so. My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there had I been of a mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only serves to further wound my pride. Not that anyone would have realistically surmised that their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now, the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken out loud. Of late, I have seen no sign of the Labyrinthos. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Sharlayan, the potential for misadventure is nigh infinite. If there were a Labyrinth here, that would have been, dude, that would have been the movie moment. The movie moment would have been a Labyrinth in the background somewhere being like 100%. Perhaps if Midgard Zoma was still alive, in the traditional sense that is, he could have offered to help the vessel attain the necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies such as the sun and moon, but from your account it's unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because, while Vana knew the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future, she presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to escape to the moon aligning so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. I guess. I don't know, I didn't really think about it. Because we're the ones who started the final days, kind of. By killing Zodiark. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn of the Forum's replacement for the Anti-Tower, though. I expect that in time they'll share that with us too. And with Master Matoya, if they have any sense.
Oh, I'll admit, bringing up the issue of the Forum's incomplete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more surprising, though, was when they took Alfino up on his offer. Well, I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when. They're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exodus itself will become entirely unnecessary. If this was a movie, Forshno would say, "No scheming, understood? Now what's your name?" Esteemed Labyrinth. And the Labyrinth would be scheming way. Yeah. Yeah. Emmanuel and Sickard burst through the Forum doors. Yeah. Yeah. Plotting way. There has to be a plotting way. Oh, dude, I added an emote recently. It's :333. Look how cute this is. Let me open this. Show you guys on stream too. If people don't have plugins. Look how cute this shit is. Plotting way is in charge of home plots in Best Way Burrows. Do they have a lottery system too? Dude, you know... Okay, you know how for FanFest and stuff there's a lottery system? I was watching a video recently where people were talking about living in Japan and some of the oddities. Apparently, many things in Japanese culture are done by lottery. I didn't know that. It's very common. Not like going to the doctor or whatever, but like many things are done by lottery. So that's why we have a housing lottery. Not actually, but... Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the Forum's decision. There's a limited edition Pokemon Switch and it was lottery to buy. Yeah, it's like, I guess it's like perceived as more fair. No hospital treatment for you today. You lost the lottery. I mean, that's kind of like Canada. Sorry about not letting you in on the rest of my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. He doesn't usually tell us his plans. But since we require both the means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Metian, on the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. That's honestly very smart. However, we must keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of this ether burner. I'd like to think of it not as a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Yeah. Going underground. That's a song. Forshno's ability to maintain a stiff upper lip is being sorely tested. As instructed, I shall take you to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archean. I trust you can make it your own way there. Such a bastard. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Where else, indeed. Also, we haven't been to the other part of Labyrinthos. Where am I? Is this a... Where am I? Everyone went through this door, but that makes no sense. Oh, wait, no, it does make sense, because are we going to... Okay. Stupid. Stupid. Labyrinthos. Dude, we just have a whole... We are the show entourage. Hi, Wushi.
Year of the Horse? Okay, everyone is distracting me so much. Now all I want to do is look up what does the Year of the Horse have in store for a rabbit like me? Can someone look that up? I don't want to get distracted and look it up myself. Am I going to have an emotionally stable year?
They intend to carry everything in the Archean to the moon. They said they'd started loading... They said they'd start loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it?
It seems so long ago that we first set foot here. Where once we were refused entry, we are now welcomed as guests. Among the many and varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archean. Mayhap the Forum believed such records would provide insight into the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, the Labyrinthos did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. Valid. We've been granted permission to enter the lower levels as proof of our increased standing. Our social credit score has gone up. Well, that they had been willing to confide in us sooner. It's been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. It really wasn't that long ago. Everyone's acting like this was a year ago. Some would surely object to the Forum allowing foreign elements to have their run of the secret facilities. We should count ourselves lucky. I don't understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is or go outside if that's what you prefer. Estinian's like, I don't understand why they're making fake hamburgers. If you want meat, eat meat. But tofu is its own thing. Raha didn't go to Labyrinthos with the party, but didn't he sneak into the secret books? Isn't that why he got arrested? This year requires protecting energy, maintaining boundaries, and focusing on steady behind-the-scenes progress to manage potential stress and conflicts. That's not very helpful. That's in the Studium, not in Labyrinthos. Oh, okay. I thought it was all connected. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum in its wisdom has granted you access to the Archean's lift. Step inside and have Ophaline take you to the medial circuit.
Okay.
He was arrested for reading smut. What do you think his OTP is? Oh, never mind. It's definitely... Okay, wait, what's the AO3 terms for like reader slash warrior of light? Like, come on. Who am I? Wait, where am I going? Hello? How did you never hear that play on the Idol Show music before?
They got you. They got you.
I'm well aware that there are more important things than research right now, but I feel it's paramount to carry on as normal.
A gleaner and his researcher.
Yeah, definitely reader X warrior of light. This theme always gives you whiplash. People have mentioned that it's polarizing. I like it. For the record, I've well, let me get through this first. I have sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha. Wait, I just read all the names here are Greek shit. Or wait, is this Greek shit or Roman shit? Jite, help. The names in Labyrinthos, are they Greek or Latin? On the other side of Mariel agronomics. They're Greek inspired. Okay, so the Elpis connection continues. Actually, there's something that I've been meaning to... Never mind. It can wait. Let's attend to the matter at hand. He wanted me to proofread his fanfiction. He wanted me to be a beta reader. I have spent a lot of time in this zone. I'm like pretty much done. Oh, never mind. I'm literally done. I'm done the shared fates here. I've spent a lot of time here. I can't even fly here yet. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm like... But I still need bisexual gemstones, so... So we will still fate grind. Oh. I see. I see a crystal to touch. Yeah, I just it's really funny too because it's so to get to the medial circuit from up here, you have to go through this cave every single time. It's really awful. But like I said, I've been very unproductive and like not feeling well, so it was kind of a perfect activity for me. Queena would love licking aetherites. It's true. Yes, Lala, you can always count on me for degen. You should anytime you feel like doing it, you should poke me. It's such a chill activity. I'm usually down for it. I feel like I haven't really been like logged in that much, or you haven't been logged in that much. But fate grinding is fun. My warrior is level 99 too. I got like a bunch of levels from it. All right, lift number 2. What about, hang on, what? You're adjusting the temperature? I was asked to adjust the temperature in here. Apparently some find it too stuffy. I concur. You might want to do something about the humidity too while you're at it. Okay, thrilling. How do they expect anyone to read that dialogue? We must be close to the central circuit, which is where Sharlayan's greatest secrets are held. If the tombs I perused told the whole story. The fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Ferndale. Unfortunately, we were never blessed with such abundant crops. Istinian lore? You didn't finish Mare Lamentorum? Those fates are not bad. Can you ask for degen, but we do it on OCE? Yeah. More fun with 200 ping. It's intended to feel like dialogue you hear in passing. Don't they know what JRPG players are like? I have to pick up all of the flavor text. The further underground we go, the more surprises we find. Wonder what this place is actually for. Oh! Okay, well, we're progressing. Sorry, Kryl. Sorry, Thancred. Sorry, Urianger. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric... Oh, okay, that's why they're talking about temperature and humidity. Where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, Father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. Aww. Grandpappy's favorite. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Labyrinths in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean guardians of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiarch, the habitations built for all mankind beneath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Atheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Labyrinths have endeavored to make the moon... I was about to say uninhabitable. To make the moon inhabitable. That is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Last time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of the preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free rein to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. That was a long blink. Then let us proceed. You're as cold as ice. The nighttime Labyrinthos theme is very lovely. Did I talk to you? I didn't talk to any of these people. Well, let's not dilly-dally too much. Whoa, hold up. Hold up. This is a pretty lift operator. Okay. Sorry. You discover a new location. Wowie. How do you think they decide to lay out all the scions in a way that looks natural? Or do they? Are they all like equidistant? The temperate environment here is not unlike that of Bestway's burrow, though the diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. I have no idea what makes Alfino so confident that we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume. A not unwelcome trait in a youth, but less so in a gambler. Aye, let us resolve never to let him set foot in the gold sauce. Shame. I imagine the secrets kept here would be of great benefit to my own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. The sooner we get a look at this ether burner of theirs, the sooner we can start working on how to improve it. We might finally have the chance to commune directly with Hydaelyn, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Sharlayan's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. Please tell me we're almost there, or is there another underground level we have to reach? An even more central circuit, perhaps? This is it, the central circuit. Alfie's very smart, probably a card counter. He's such a goody two-shoes, though. I don't feel like... Maybe he wouldn't know that it's wrong. If he knew that it was wrong, he wouldn't be able to do it. If you saw a group of people standing in this formation, you'd cross the street. Yeah, probably. It does look a bit unnatural. The ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Oh, what's up, Fitzy? Nice to see you. Is that the ether burner? Looks like something's burning. We must attune. Whoa, there's so much here. Hang on, where are we? Let's attune. If this thing tells me that I can't attune, I'm going to be upset. Wait, is it even, is it down? No. Is that the ether burner? You call these documents research? They're not even worth wiping the privy floor with. That's so rude. Hello. Damn, wait, this is a fashionable chocobo keep. Lala, 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 Lala jumped the barrier. Lala's inside the concert. Everyone here is beautiful, true. Thank God. I'm so tired of, like, you can't attune to this etherite for some reason. Master Fulchano is the head of Aporia, and it is for his beliefs I continue to labor so. Okay, this is the fan club. The Fulchano fan club? No, thank you. Careful walking through this area, outsider. The Scatina ever watchful of the goings-on here. One wrong move and it could mean your eyes. I just... Oh dear, did you believe me? Why is everyone here so awful? Good night, Eggy. Enjoy your beauty sleep. Ah, yes, I remember you. You're with the students of Baldessian, are you not? How can I help you? You do here. Who, me? Why, I am a researcher at Aporia. This hamlet, the hamlet where I hang my hat, so to speak. It has been my home since I joined the construction of the Ark many moons ago. I've only seen the true sun a handful of times over the past few years, if you can believe that. Is that helpful? Is that healthy? What kind of place is this? This is Charlene Hamlet, home to those who work in the Central Circuit. A great many of us, if not all of us, are engaged in projects of a highly classified nature. In order to obtain that level of secrecy, none here are allowed to leave Labyrinthos, unless you've permission to do so. It's been goodness knows how many years since I last left myself. Considering the importance of my work, however, I am perfectly content right where I am. Just between the two of us, though, I do miss the ocean. Just a little. A hat? True! True! Oh my god, no hat. Without the ether burner working to the required capacity, we'll be forced to make some very difficult decisions. Who lives? Who dies? Is this blocked? Oh, okay. No entry. Oh no, chirp. No, the Scatians. They're gonna chirp me to death. You wish I had a reason to use the chocobo porters? I still use them on occasion. Because sometimes I'm like, I like physically can't stop gaming, but I need a reason. Because usually it'll be like a minute, at least a minute, the trip. And so that's perfect for me to like go grab a drink, stretch, pee, whatever I need to do. Dara. These things are kind of cute. Wait, they're really cute. Why are these things so cute? Got a thick butt too. What the heck? Why is their butt so defined? You have to talk to every single chocobo NPC in order to no longer see the icons? Yes, yes. It's gonna be... I have no... Okay, wait, this is a lie. I was gonna say I have no markers on any map through Stormblood. But Meerkat knows that there is one yellow quest that I still have not done. There's one yellow quest that I have not done yet. No, if we do that, there's a chance the mechanism won't function at all. We'd best rethink the design from scratch. Refuse to do? It's not refuse, so it's like the, I don't know what you call them, the yellow quests that are like capstone quests. Once you finished MSQ. There's a lore reference to the quest? No, I was worried about that. Oh well. But yeah, I just like have not found emotional time to do it because it's the Heaven's Word. The Heaven's Word quest that is in House Fortin. No dialogue. What is this? The mineralogy department? The greatest story never told? I'm pretty sure I've done that one. Is that the one where you don't get like quest markers? It's the rock room. Hi, PD. I gave you so much time, PD. We literally didn't start MSQ until 2 full hours into stream because I was yapping so much. Alright, have we explored all the... I wish there was more of a tell when a thing was enterable or not. Ramaka Fukamaka.
Just checking to make sure everything is of an acceptable quality. I make a point of rejecting anything that doesn't meet me standards on the spot.
Are these all rocks? Oh, these are veggies. Fruits and veggies.
Have a good night, demon. Take me to UCOB next time you do UCOB. Or I'll be sad. He looks lost in thought. It seems he's at something of a stumbling block. Ayo cob? Who up Ewing they cob?
Is he talking to himself? Surely the Forum hath already petitioned the aid of the Labyrinthos, given their familiarity with such technologies. For a closely guarded secret, you can see practically everything from outside, even with the magical barrier surrounding it. Well, you didn't find it, Thancred, so... Cobbing my shit for real on God. Your favorite account? Wait, your account is a museum of obscure things that were patched out, like favors and ancient diadem materials. Do you still have a... Do you have, like, astral archon eggs and stuff? It's so fun looking through things that, like, that players can technically still have, but, like, they don't exist anymore. I guess archon eggs were from an event. But, like, there are so many things that just don't exist anymore. I bought a bunch of elemental materia to just, like, because you don't need to meld Eureka gear for the most part. So all my Eureka gear has, like, fire materia 1 melded on it. I was expecting the Sky Seal Manufactory, but instead I find the village smithy.
While many of the facilities within the central circuit seem to be visible from the upper levels, the more secretive work must be carried out behind closed doors.
He hasn't even realized that we're here. Or perhaps he has realized but just doesn't care. Perhaps you'd like to break the ice? This is the man we seek. Do try not to startle him.
Seems normal.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows.
This is my kind of
Think,
fella.
Cockle, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule
That's a
remains
small
unchanged,
Australian.
for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Etherburner conundrum.
The Etherburner Conundrum, the latest novel from, I don't know, what's a...
What's an
airport novelist?
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Etherburner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Etherburner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb.
is this why they're transporting crystals? Part of me was like, wait. There's no way Hydaelyn would conceive of a conveyance that would require the burning of Labyrinth ether. Imagine if she was like, yeah, let's just sacrifice the Labyrinths. She just like forsakes all of the beliefs that she had as Vana in the sanctity of life, and she's like, well, maybe the convocation was right. Maybe it's okay if we like burn some, you know, they're just creations anyway. They're concepts.
But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Labyrinths?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
You guys can answer this. Is there a reason why the teleporter pad? Because that's the whole reason why Forshna was in Camp Broken Glass. Is there a reason? Did I miss like a line of dialogue and like it was broken or some shit? Because I'm like, why are they not using that? Sorry, I'm all gamer greased up. I gotta... remove the grease. The end of days had come and it wasn't safe. Okay, I mean, I'm like, well, it's still like a way better conveyance. But alright, no, I guess if you're teleporting people who are scared, then they might... Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah, transformations in the people you're trying to save is not good. Hello, ceaselessly. Welcome to the final days.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You trying to drive me mad?
That does sound frustrating.
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Makes sense.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ins like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity.
Chunk of Dalamud.
Well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice.
Yeah.
Why not get the
We've
refined
been to
adamantite
like
from
3
them?
of them.
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
Do we have to go back to Azazor?
Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks.
We've
Those are the
been
prize bits
there!
we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. and the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
We've been inside a Ragnarok class internment hulk. That's what the coils are. Sorry. We were there! Check my location in your friends list.
It's rough going in there, even for the cream. Not sure they'd make it out alive.
It's actually it's funny that I was like that I was talking so much before about coils. I didn't think it would come back so swiftly.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy the Hermit?
Yes! I'm screaming over here. Yeah. What? The White Raven's ghosted haunts me. This is probably... Can I say the Avatar's ghosted haunts me? Grimithy and Lordella are just
Heavens, are you alright? You look pale as a... Well... Let's put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breaths. That's it.
It was really scary, dude. We had to bring Whoosh in. That's how bad it was.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
At least Nail was hot.
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us Heavensward.
Heavensward mention. Oh, Melusine. Oh, shut up. Oh, I forgot how bad she was.
The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Yeah, Melusine with the fucking petrification and the like. I'm gonna throw fire circles nonstop. And the golems, Terrible, horrifying.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists, or enthusiasts.
Enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
I think you say. Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
Yeah, let's just go pillage the turtles.
Some of the whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we
Oh,
will
okay.
do our
I'm sorry.
utmost to
Siren is
gather
gonna
the
be the one
materials
to
you need
steal
finish
ancient
your
relics
starship.
from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I am
Got it.
glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way.
Damn, no girls trip with
Now let us
Alize to the
consider our next
coils.
steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
No coils tonight. This is so sad. If Demon had invited me to UCOB, this wouldn't have happened. We would have so much adamantite.
Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet.
There are no oaths or contracts binding the members of the Ilsabard contingent, and in many ways it was even more loosely organized than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I knew none would refuse this call to arms. Truly, we have been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. I've definitely been like you, Thancred, a couple times, but he had some character development. Though Bahamut is long gone, the internment hulks are far from safe. It could be much worse, of course. They won't have to fight their way past Mericidian dragons, nor is there any danger the Elder Primal might be summoned again. Even so, I dare say there are still a fair few Allagan creations and contraptions remaining to bar our friend's way. I only hope that Grandfather watches over them. Oh my god. I'm sad that we're not going. Maybe I shouldn't have told her that I'm traumatized by the Avatar. What serendipitous irony that the remnants of the Seventh Emerald Calamity would become the keys. He said it. Hang on. I'm pulling up the cutscene again. What was it called? T12? Pulling it up again. He said keys, and he said... This music is so pretty.
So the possibility did not escape your notice. What I prayed for, what I have become. These are the keys that unlock the truth behind Eorzea's rebirth.
Keys! Keys! She softened on Thancred. Definitely not a thing that you said to Kirit. Wait, you said that to Kirit? Damn it. I'm exposed. This expansion was named after him. Ew. Yeah. The keys to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been that Master Louisoix watcheth over us from the ethereal sea. It's crazy that I just... How speaking of serendipitous, it's very serendipitous that I was so stuck on that cutscene. Considering how much of a fuss he made at that time, at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firewood. The firewood was memorable. I'm confident that even the deadliest of Allagan defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to their name as a certain warrior of light. What they need to do is unlock Blue Mage, get the spell Missile, and then they're fine. Everything in Coils is vulnerable to Missile. Time and time again, it seems that Allegan's something or other are either the cause of or the solution to our problems. To think the self-same materials that once launched Dalamud will now be used to help ferry mankind to the moon. There's a poetry in that. I mean, yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right?
It's times like these that we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphino has become. Who'd have thought that he could achieve so much with a single link build conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contract of my own that might be worth a try. Contact.
Oh? And who might this be?
That's for me to know, and you to find out. On that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck.
Istinian is more dragon than man at this point, and we love him for it. We love him, don't we, folks? Meanwhile, in Ul'dah... Is this like a positive meanwhile? Oh my god, the coils music.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allegan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Theurgeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
We're not focusing
I would
nodes.
have you lead the
This
raiding
is
party.
Keeper of Knowledge
Assemble
stuff.
your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way.
They are occupying Allegan Tomalus
Lord
and downloading
Lorito,
data.
I pray you take charge of the search for Allegan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Ul'dah's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we
Rising
not
from the
learn
ashes,
one
Phoenix
simple truth?
reference.
That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Ul'dah will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul'Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud... Oh, this is the location that you enter, too. With Alize's, Oh, they're running. What the heck? With Alize's helper, I forget her name.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalaman's defenses.
Healers don't do damage.
Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case,
healers
might I
only
suggest
heal.
taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency so plain to see.
Yes.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud.
That's right, if you
I know
start in
this forest
Gridania.
well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
You start with Ida and Pampalimo. They are teaming up to clear coils. The coils music is so good in the background.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
They really are, like, there are so many things. I don't think it's a coincidence that I had that moment earlier reflecting on the scene from turn 12 with the music from last MSQ stream. We've seen it throughout Endwalker where there are all these, like, it's funny because I mentioned this last stream too. There are so many Final Fantasy references in this game that make Final Fantasy fans go like, "Oh my god, it's Odin," whatever. But now the game itself has existed for so long that it can like make callbacks to itself, and now I'm like, "Oh my god, it's Coils!" Like, but it's from the same game. It's cool. It's cool. They really are like. There are so many callbacks to like every single expansion, but especially A Realm Reborn. It's very nostalgic, even though for me it was only 2 years ago. This is a very good meanwhile.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Meanwhile, in Kurthis, there is I forgot that there was a... Bro, ain't no way. Not the gravesite.
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah.
Get out of here, Madeline. Just go away. Yeah, and the way he said, like, oh, awkward. Right, let's pay our respects.
That was a roar. A dragon's roar.
A dragon? Interesting. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea, are we stealing artifacts?
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
I guess it's not gonna be Saru kicking ass. Disappointing.
Hmm? Is that...
Ninja Turtle?
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
What? What are they setting up there? Oh, okay. The hell is going on here? I don't know, brother. Good night, Sparky. Enjoy your stitching, enjoy your audiobook. No job too small. Alfino is resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they've arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else that we might do to be of service?
Ah, you've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar.
Ooh, Graha's gonna get his hands on some books. If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite.
Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you've a mind to lend an hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types are busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. That lot need all the help they can get.
Well then, off we go. I shall endeavor to provide Master Kokol with whatever information he should require. Good lad. Oh. We're not even attuned to the last etherite. Should have let us fight over which one I was thanking. No entry. Never checked out the view from here. Someone is flying on a unicorn. Another MSQ point, another... Well, we're -1 psionic. Wait, -2 psions. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Scarlock Monteshane mentioned. Let's... Oh, wait, how did I not I didn't see the... Shit, I wanted to talk to everyone. Oh well. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Etherite once our work is done. I intended to talk to everyone, and I just did not realize that Alice was there. Also, aren't we only on the 3rd quest of the level 88s? Helping with the Ark, even with all the power Master Kokol's managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, it's still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan and all will be well. This is the 4th, okay. Still humorous. Partisan. Offering to help. That's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of these documents by myself. It's mostly lists of things that we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so it'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Behatted rabbit, you say? Where are the Scions? I want to talk to them. Vexed veterinarian. The Scions are not here, apparently. Was he shouting, "I'm late"? Wait, I totally didn't get that reference. Neural is preparing raid notes, it seems. Yeah, I guess they're not here. Somewhat unusually. Where's this last person? What are they up to? Reading. Silken grin. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the ether burner. Oh dear. I hear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The Forum's got enough on their plate as it is, what with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. Lots of powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Forshno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? This music is kind of intense over a prolonged period. How's the snow, CG? It would appear the Labyrinthos have infiltrated Sharlayan's most heavily guarded facility. How, I know not.
Oh, what joy to sample the delights of Aetheris.
How marvelous it is to see you again. You'll be pleased to hear that I've learned much since our fascinating discussion at the Caratorium. It's all thanks to Urianger, you see. He taught me the finer points of cooking, which, despite my name, I knew very little about. So many dishes, so many hard-to-pronounce words. Actually, I was rather hoping that he'd show me how to bake an Archon loaf. They're quite popular, I hear, though it doesn't sound like it contains any flavor to speak of. Still, if that's the sort of thing your kind enjoys, I shall make enough to last the whole journey. Please, no.
Crikey! I wasn't expecting to see you here, Grimothy. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to say goodbye. And for, having those other Labyrinthos attack you. Terrible misunderstanding, that. No need to worry, though, as, all have since recovered from the rather savage beating you administered. They bear you no ill will. Well, maybe a little, on account of the savagery, but time heals all wounds. Most, anyway. Fancy meeting you here, Grimothy. Our friends at the Forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. What we're really interested in is Aetheris itself, though now we find ourselves in sort of a funny, underground miniaturized version of it.
What was that pause?
We were hoping the Forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Or at least, that's what we were planning to do when we chanced upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun?
That was a short quest. Wise guides. Try as he might, Urianger cannot free himself of the Labyrinth. So no. A tour of Labyrinthos. An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. This music is still playing. They need to tone it down. Let me turn it down a bit. Given the similarities betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway's burrow, 'twould be in our best interest to have the Loppers acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Sharlayan collaborators. It's like, the music is fine, but the fact that it persisted after that, like, moment is it's even more confusing than the Shadowbringers music that people don't like. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. Mayhap thou art better suited to lead this venture. Very, very slick.
What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with that great big what's-it over yonder?
Okay. Ah, yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Grimothy. What's a what's-it? Neural says whatever you guys say. I'm having such a hard time having any sense of direction.
This is all very intriguing, I'm sure, but where are the food preparation stations? The, what was your word for it? Kitchens? That reminds me, Puddingway, our newly appointed chief of pudding research, a discipline he himself founded after sampling Urianger's delights, has gone in search of Aetheris' ultimate sweet treat. Well, provided it's a pudding, as that's all he ever talks about these days. Have you seen him?
Can't say.
My word, what magnificent architecture! Such immaculate curvature! I'll have to make several adjustments to my work if I'm to match this degree of craftsmanship. I
shall leave no corner unrounded. The Labyrinth's technical expertise doth far outstrip our own. This music is... I turned it down and it's still kind of making me feel insane. We would be wise to allow them to form their own conclusions as to the function of the various apparatus, rather than offer uninformed suppositions of our own. You're so right. I'm gonna turn the music down even more because it's like stressing me out. Now that the insanely loud music is turned all the way down, I can hear singing way. Which is another level of insane. You had to turn mount music on during this? That's very valid. I don't even know what the music is for most of my mounts. Okay, now the singing way, so I feel like I'm going insane. Let's continue. Unless, that is, unbeknownst to me, thou art possessed of surpassing knowledge concerning the construction and operation of advanced Charlium... What's it? Goodness me! To build something so large without creation magics is positively stupendous! Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. I think I need to kick the dog out again, one sec. A bundling shall suffice. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important feature, Dasher. I need to kick her out, but I'm curious what my mount music is. What is this? It's so quiet. Okay, I'm so overstimulated right now. I'm just gonna take my dog out. Oh my god, these too many sounds. So overstimulating. Okay. We're just gonna keep the music down. This is horrible. Search the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Okay. Show the Labyrinths the most important features. Okay, I'm observing the tanks. It's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be for purifying water drawn up from below. The mushroom-like thing? The metallic tube?
water, I hear, from inside that great big tube. It must be because of those cogs in that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. We're getting the frickin' moon treatment here. Mushroom-like thing. That looks like the trees in Greatest Ansvale. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Was this diversion really necessary? Okay, thank God we get different music. Holy shit, that got so overstimulating. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it! A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would only take a moment to install it in even the harshest of environments. For us Labyrinths, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that the peoples of Aethera sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Good night, Annie. I mean, both of these, yeah. They build near water. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear. I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We could provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain their water in the first place.
Master Alphino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through the Logistican Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Labyrinths will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel.
Oh yes, that sounds absolutely splendid.
We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlian Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness?
A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us.
Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, Labyrinths may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to the Logistican Alpha? For my part, I shall act as an escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed.
If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way. To the water extraction, what's it?
These kids. It seems like... Are you... this music is... this is, like, actually ridiculous. I know I'm, like... I'm quite sensitive to such things, but... I didn't have this experience in Shadowbringers. Maybe that's, I don't know. It was, this song is so overwhelming.
I have a feeling the way forward is not as clear as we'd like. Could you go and take a look? Perhaps you could tell the local beasties they were not nearly as delicious as we might appear.
It seems like the little buns are mostly used for filler. Yeah, unfortunately. Like, this would be really interesting, like, just a little bit. This is too extensive already. Just a little bit for color would be nice, but it seems like we're going on this whole... What the fuck is that? We're going on this whole expedition? Oh, that's a normal mob? That looks crazy. Oh, okay, we've seen this model before. It looked like it had a face on the back. Yeah, it's a bit like, did we really need that explanation of a water tower? Like, oh, it looks like the one on the moon? Okay. It's not really MSQ material.
I say, that fiend had a mind to feast on roasted Labyrinth.
Thanks so much. Really hope this water extraction What's-It is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. I also didn't review my Labyrinth voices, so... They're gonna sound like what they're gonna sound like. How did I get... Oh, the door's down there. Wait, this map is so confusing. Okay. I find it really hard to read this map.
Let's get moving. That building looks nice and safe.
It was all very exciting, but I'd rather not do it again. Wait, how exactly are we planning to head back later?
You've done so well to see these two to safety. They can be a little bit skittish at the best of times, so I'm pleasantly surprised that they didn't run off and get themselves killed.
I couldn't help noticing a distinct lack of carrots along the way, or many of the other vegetables I was expecting to see, though I did catch a glimpse of some sort of bipedal tomato charging about. Must be my imagination. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. There are a lot of walls and ledges that are just a bit too tall to jump up top. Yeah, I've noticed that about... Surprisingly, that was... Not that I can remember. I don't think that was an issue on most... I can't remember that being an issue in Shadowbringers at all, really. We are going up here, right? Yeah. But especially because I haven't got flying right away in these zones. I've definitely, and I've been doing fates and everything, I've definitely noticed how annoying these maps are to get around. But then I don't know if I can really complain because flying is so easy to unlock.
As I understand, places like Labyrinthos are the exception rather than the rule. You don't all build enormous underground living spaces like this, surely?
That was terrifying. But at least the scenery was more pleasant than what's name Garlemald. As a first impression of Aetheris, it was far from favorable.
Anyway, onwards and upwards. Quite literally, as is the case here.
Forgive me for asking, but are we any closer to the kitchens? come to think of it, why am I even here? Atmospheric manipulators are hardly my area of expertise. We can't just leave you alone. On this occasion, 'twould behoove us to seek the counsel of those qualified to describe the workings of the apparatus. They may also be in possession of the schematics of or other useful documentation, should the Labyrinthos request them. As the Forum's esteemed guest, 'tis unlikely that they would be refused, yet thou knowest as well as I the changeable dispositions of Charlian bureaucrats.
Marvelous! Simply marvelous! So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Atheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it.
Agriculture shock. Like, bro, I'm sorry. This is so many quests. I know they're relatively short, but what the fuck? Why are they doing this to the poor Labyrinthos? They're the anime filler arc, but not the fun kind. This is not the beach episode. Agriculture shock. Cooking May is eager for a change of venue, or at very least, a change of what's it.
This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food?
I believe both the... I'm just gonna have to power through. I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Marial Agronomics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian?
Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention Atheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Let us brook no further delay.
I'm not even reading the flavor text there. Well, I'll talk to Urianger. It would appear I have inadvertently taken upon myself the more demanding duty, entertaining 3 inquisitive Labyrinthos to thy 1. Yet be that as it may, 'twill be my pleasure to impart what little knowledge I possess to our would-be saviors. Where's the exit?
This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I would dearly love to try some, but I've read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples.
What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, and then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It feels like they knew that this was filler and said to themselves, but if we play an action theme underneath it, it won't feel like filler. I'm like... I feel like taking the Labyrinthos around... Okay, one, I'm feeling a bit tired. Two, the music is like just pure sensory overload. I feel like in a different... With like, just give me the music back. I feel like I wouldn't be as upset. You know, yes, it would be slow, but the concept of leading the Labyrinthos around it's not totally hateful to me. I'm not chilling at all because now that the music is low, listen to this. Now the ambient sounds are like overwhelming because there's no music. It's also sudden, so unreal.
Don't you want to go to the moon?
Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully, it's all... Honestly, okay, fuck it. You know what I'm gonna do? Labyrinthos theme, 10 hours version. We'll do the nighttime version. Give me a 10 hours version. 1 hour version, that'll do. Let's just mute this. No, we'll play the nighttime. It's called Dreams of Man. Good night, Lella. I don't think you'll be missing much. Okay, well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. I'm sure speed reading helped, yeah. So having to like because there's the okay, there you've got the sensory overload of the music. Me being like, oh fuck, I don't remember like what I made the Labyrinthos sound like. Does it really matter? No, but that's like an additional thing. It's... And then having to read everything. That's not what you came to talk about, is it?
Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may.
By all means, help yourselves.
Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin?
Where's the vineyard? Oh. Your most used macro turns off all BGM voice, ambient sounds, and sound effects whenever you're in any area with undesirable noise or music. That does seem useful. I only have a macro to change my audio for PvP. Because PvP music is like way too loud, so I need separate settings for it if I'm streaming it.
Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they're as delicious as they look.
Oh, I mean, they've got a texture upgrade, my little friend.
sweet, so sour. It tastes as much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think that I'll try another.
Can rabbits eat grapes? If a dog eats a grape, they will die.
Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes?
I love them. Yeah, I would probably brave a volcano. I really like grapes.
Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall.
Well, I don't think we step on them anymore, but...
Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat.
You know what? Okay, since I changed the music, it's crazy. I was... I'm sure you guys could tell. I was genuinely... My hackles were up. This music? I'm chilling. I'm having a great time with Cooking Way. It's fucking insane. I will keep that in mind next time this happens, because I thought I was like tired. There was all these things and those didn't help. Change the music. I'm having a great time. It's crazy.
Orange by name, orange by nature.
Are these are Laotian oranges? I'm sorry, I'm like overwhelmed by how crazy it is that just changing the music. I'm loving it. I'm like, ooh, these are Laotian oranges.
What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat.
I would also brave a volcano for oranges.
That's equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary.
Well, I don't know if there's another word. Sweet and sour kind of covers it for these foods.
I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they are, still are in my estimation. Let no one say that I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there.
Carrots, maybe cabbages. Forget what they're... Oh, it's pumpkins, right? Squash, kabocha. I remember Petey watering these. What's up, Goose? How's MSQ? It's good. It's been good today. We hit a bit of a rough patch because the devs made the decision to... Here, let me... They decided that it would be good to replace this zone's music with this. It's awful. It's so... Like, I was visibly disturbed and upset. And then thankfully... Oops, what the fuck? And then thankfully I was like, how about I just try changing the music? So I just have the nighttime Labyrinthos music, and now I'm like... I'm a woman changed.
That color,
because this is like a super filler. I was like, dude, why the fuck are we leading the... Like, why do I care? Which is valid, but I definitely... Now I'm just kind of vibing. I'm like, yeah, this is filler. We're in a filler arc, but it's fine.
Are these some sort of enormous round carrots?
No, these are pumpkins.
No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Ugh, it's so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing on a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. You have to cook it and eat the seeds. Stop! Can't you see that these are pumpkins? No one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. Cooking way. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Are these lemons? It is indeed. This should be fun. You think they were going for like a, whoa, this is building to something music, but it's just kind of a filler moment to give you a breather after the crazy happenings. Yeah, it feels like in Shadowbringers when we're building the Talos to get up to Mount Gulg. They had the music that some people, I didn't mind it. It is loud, so you do need to like turn volume down potentially. But I didn't mind it, especially because I wasn't like reading a ton of dialogue. This is a lot of quiet moments with the Labyrinthos, and having music blasting is just truly bizarre. And I think the music is worse. What a wondrous fragrance! With luck it'll have flavor to match. As I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. My tongue! Is this poison? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Maybe sometime before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I had best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Just put it in. What's a good thing to do? Well, I guess lemonade. Lemonade is a classic. Put a bit of lemon in your water. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking.
I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way that they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon. The deceiver. I feel so violated still.
First time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so let me give you this lemon muffin that I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will.
More lemon! Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Bit of sick came up there. To learn more of your inscrutable ways.
Lemon muffin, especially lemon poppy seed muffin, that would go crazy. I would love that right now.
Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony.
I never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what'll be consigned to history. Hard choices, but gotta make them if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Hydaelyn sees in your kind. That's an insightful moment. I never would have been able to appreciate a sweet moment like that if I hadn't changed the music. Mankind, the Labyrinthos. We were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to know about this nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. It is the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have, and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. This is some bunny philosophy. I was thinking, this kind of sounds like the Vana that we know. A Vana that would not choose for humanity to flee the stars. Pardon my Heorzian, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway?
Cooking Way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Atheris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge.
Yes, of course. I look forward to it.
Well, this has all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we?
I really enjoyed that. Calling lemons the deceivers is very funny. Yeah, I was trying to keep a straight face, you know, the plight of the actor. By Cooking Way's broad grin, I assume your excursion was a roaring success.
Oh, there you are. Have the others finished talking about rainmaking whatsits yet? Where have you and Cooking Mate been? If the two of you were engaged in pursuits of an educational nature, you should have taken me too. I am the leader, after all. Not to rub it in, but we had the most fantastic time while you were away. Urianger was able to obtain all matter of meteorological data for us to pore over. I'll be sure to put my newfound knowledge to good use once we return to the moon. It's my duty to make your journey as comfortable as possible, though there's no telling how long it'll be. 100 years? 1,000? Probably closer to 5,000, give or take. That was most enlightening, especially the part with the leaven muffins. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine?
Limsa is home to the Culinarians Guild.
Oh, would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Atheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hydaelyn's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. I want to pee real quick. Real quick. Welcome back.
Poor baby. She wants to be in here. But her coughing is kind of bad today. In today's meeting of the Sage Council, Grimothy and Alfino are once again deadlocked over who the healing should be left to. You know what I forgot to check? So you can tell, even if a sage is not in your party, you can click on them and see if they have Cardia active, either on themselves or someone else. I should have checked. Maybe he didn't have Cardia up either. I mean, I corrected my error. I'm curious whether Alfino put Cardia on anyone. Alright. Sage Council. Urianger appears to be tallying the Loporrits in preparation for an imminent departure. Grimithy, I trust thy time at Marial Agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them, and us, for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. When was this? During the duty, it was right at the start. The duty in Garlemald. He was... Actually, wait, no, Keeper, can you link the clip for Goose? Keeper made a clip of my reaction to having another sage in the group. Let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Loporrit there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Aww. What's wrong, Growing Way? Oh, it's probably easier to just TP there. Bro, I'm depressed because we're still on the same dang map. Let's just check that it's still awful. Yep. Here. We can switch to the daytime. It's called the Labyrinth. Yeah. I didn't even realize that Alfredo was there, and I was like, what the fuck? I didn't get a chance to check if he was doing his sagely duties.
That was ever so delightful, and with this much information I can fine-tune the moon's environs for your people's comfort. It's surprisingly tricky to estimate the appropriate temperature settings for being so lacking in fur. Why did I not ask Jebki?
It's a little harder to adjust music when it's on YouTube.
Why did I not ask Jebki how to make carrot muffins? We could have had baked goods bursting with happiness. Oh no, there was nowhere in particular that I was hoping to go. I simply wish to see, hear, feel, and think as much as I possibly can while we're here. Huh? What was that look for? What did I say?
Oh, nothing. The Loporrits want for activities and stimulation, but I struggle to conceive of how to busy them whilst we wait. It's like babysitting for real.
Yes, Grimithy, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logistican Alpha. That's why. A forest so lovely, so leafy. Are all of your forests like that?
You should see the forest of the first. One was purple. The choices here are interesting. Gasp. Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Who this? Oh. Thancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. We can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Yeah, imagine the pressure. Because Charlian could be next for the final days, and then it's like, well, fuck. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find others to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with them. 'Tis as good a place as any. Come. Absolutely not. You'd best go with them. I don't think Urianger misjudged him, but Growingway does look like he could use some emotional support. I still have work to complete elsewhere. I trust that I won't return to find any Loporits in tears. Troubled researcher. Oh, can I help you? Is it you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see. Hang on, it's so distracting that his white coat is like clipping through the the stone seat. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology. That's all true, but I know that none of that is a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage, but even so, If it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about. Oh my god, Labyrinth therapy moment? Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatio-temporal spell, to regulate the environment, but what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Oh, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there's no different from down here, you see. Not so different. The same rules apply, and if you considered them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places... I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Labyrinths to attend them?
An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's not that we would like to do more than ease the hearts of the fine people of Atheris, and learn more about them while we're at it.
Bro, it's so hard to get intonation right when you're just reading something, when you're just like raw dogging it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Grimothy, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here that I might introduce each to a suitable Labyrinth. Oh my god, Labyrinth therapy speed dating.
Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Labyrinth, and every Labyrinth in their place.
No!
Buns for all. Everyone gets their government-assigned bun.
Yes, precisely. However, it would also be prudent to have a redundant system in the event of failure.
Oh fuck, I moved the text. Oops. Thank heavens I asked you. Oh. Nature is healing. The final days doubtless weigh heavy upon the minds of many in Charlie and Hamlet, pillars of the Exodus as they are. Pray, bring them hither. You got it.
This guy is...
Huh? Levitation magics? Ditching the group project. I still have work to complete elsewhere. I can't get over Vexed Veterinarian. That's an incredible name. Despondent Engineer. Just leave me to my misery. The Forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I just don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? Definitely sounds like someone in need of some bun therapy. You know, a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly? Well then, there is no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense plated as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals, too. This glider seems fine, if in need of a break. I thought there might be like a massage labyrinth on board. Sorry, I can't help you. There has to be a labyrinth that's like really good at massage. Huh? Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. Massaging way, exactly. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. How might I help you? What a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I only need to track down 100 or so cups. But don't worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are, bro. That's real. That's so real. I see now what Lala meant about, like, you know, if you're trying to fucking explore here, it's not that easy to traverse, is it? If you're trying to find 8 NPCs in an area that looks a bit samey. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I've no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they'll only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what, made by God knows who. Ow. This guy's fashionable. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. They enjoy. Those little guys just love questions. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Okay. No Labyrinth therapy for you, I guess. That's fine. Concerns? No, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much slower. This woman seems to be coping well. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Peaceable one moment, utter bullocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive! This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. The Yule dance is a nice touch. What the hell? You're glad it's now customary for businesses to allow us to bring our therapy lops inside. I know, it was so backwards. It used to be so backwards. Anxious engineer. Hopefully you're not beyond help. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us, to say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. That would be a concern. The crew from the moon! Why didn't I think of that? I don't know, you're overworked and underpaid. Why is this person yelling at the junkmonger? Leave them alone. They're just doing a job. You! Yeah, you idiot! Have you seen an envelope lying around? This idiot refuses to give me the alchemic that I ordered without that stupid slip of parchment. You need therapy. You need therapy. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you. And you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Labyrinthos. Good night, Miller. May you dream of bun. My face? What's wrong with my... Oh! Perhaps I am a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Labyrinthos in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. Alright, we've still got 3 more, maybe up here? Blasted assistants. Where have they gone off to at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I don't have time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that the ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, when I find those assistants of mine... Can I offer you a bun in this trying time? The Labyrinthos are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? I'm saying so now! At least they won't moan about how they checked the last 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. Damn. Toxic Labyrinthos work culture. I'm like assuming that there's... No, it's gonna have to be inside. These models are cool. They are overworked and undersleepy. Oh. How did I miss this person? 56 bunches of wheat in the ground, 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out, add to the mound, 55 bunches of wheat in the... Oh, I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a little walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners, and... Oh, so fuzzy? Oh my god, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Have fun. Have fun with your government-mandated therapy, Labyrinth. Right, one more left to find. I got no idea. Are any of these? Actually, wait. In this building, perhaps? Oh, there's no entry. Even with the mount speed increase, it's kind of freaking slow to get around. Right, not there. Oh my god, did it really need to be 8? Good luck. It's like, it's a relatively, oh, okay. Thank God. It's a relatively small area. It's just slow.
Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. I can't recommend it enough.
Oh, well, this one's totally fine. She already has a support system. Wait, I didn't realize that the number, that's why it's felt like it's taking forever. It only goes up if the souls are troubled. God. God damn it all. I thought I was free. Okay, having to find 8. And there are like some souls that are not troubled. Yeah. Well, at least we don't have the background music. Now, were some of these enterable? No entry. No entry. I don't think any of them are. Oh, wait. It's enterable, but no one there. No entry. No entry. There we go. Hyperventilating, that sounds promising. This is easily the worst question, Endwalker. Really? I'm trying to think if there's been a worse one. There have been... So I was really not a fan of the moon at all. Like, I really, truly wanted to like it, but I was so disappointed by the pacing. But that was more like... And I don't think I could point to a specific quest. It was definitely like just a stretch where I was like, what the hell are they doing here? Barging into a shop Kool-Aid Man style. Anyone troubled? Hey, anyone in chat troubled? 'Cause I am. Oh god. This was me, by the way. But the reason people who've been here since the start of stream, I was like, I didn't have my cam on and I was like, oh my god, I need to still wash my face and like put on a bra. The reason I wasn't wearing one is like my chest felt so tight. I don't know why. I guess maybe anxiety. My chest has felt so tight all day. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? I don't, this is not my reaction though. I'm just like, damn, my chest is tight. I guess that's life. Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern. Even though we may need to depart at any moment. And if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. That's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. Highly... Our visitor's gonna help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? That would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easy already. Pog. Speak with Urianger. Call me betterhelp.com. Except less problematic.
It's fine to admit that you're scared, you know.
Wait, you guys, I'm invested now. I've gotta do the walk back. I gotta read all of this.
The density, however.
Wait, this is the guy who are you? This guy doesn't have a designated Labyrinth. How's he gonna get over it? Oh my god, he's gonna have a panic attack. They're sharing Labyrinths. That's no good.
In the long run, however, most of you won't die. Oh, when you put it that way.
Will so much dust not cause respiratory problems?
That estimate seems inaccurate to me.
Are they ERPing? Oh my god, no, Decoy was just telling me about this. Oh, the sit animations. Ah, I'm looking away. People and their mods. Growing weight has been a godsend. I can look upon what we've built with clarity now. Aware. Aware. Behold, Grimmithy. Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more Labyrinths as we speak. Okay, everyone's gonna get their own Labyrinth. We just need to wait for them to get here. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. This is sweet. Okay, I'm sure this did annoy people, but I mean, I guess I have chat to yap to while I'm doing it. This, despite being a filler arc, truly once I change the music, my mood has changed. I'm fine with it. And wouldn't you know, it's 6 p.m. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. Yeah, Puddingway. Who is Puddingway gonna be the therapy Labyrinth for? Why are they still sharing Labyrinths? More Labyrinths. Maybe they're not monogamous.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest. Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends on the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
Bro, he's me. What the fuck?
I'm impressed.
It's got the,
Truth
got
be
the
told,
eye
I struggle
bags
to
and
tell
everything.
one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial.
That's my goat.
Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
They're even winning
What would they
Thancred
think if they could see
over.
Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yeah, yes.
Oh,
I am.
Moonbreeder's parents.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Awkward.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
I'll say, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Oh, what the fuck?
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
You guys think Urianger has ever been hugged in like the past, I don't know, 10 years?
I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy our daughter trusted and believed in more than anyone grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
He's my goat, man. He deserves his flowers.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
Her mom looks so much like her. Me too, Dino, and that kind of annoys me.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing.
Why is that such a cute exchange?
And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Oh, no you don't. Fuck you. Eyes moisturized, thanks Urianger. That was really sweet. It was... There have been some moments of... Some of the most satisfying moments in this game for me has been, a character like Alfino getting his flowers and being able to feel the love and pride of the people around him. He's just grown up to be such a good boy. But Urianger too, low-key, he had such a glow-up in Shadowbringers, and everything they said was true. Like, he has done a lot. He's done a lot this expansion. But I still don't really, this is gonna sound quite cold, but I still don't care about Moonbreeda, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know her. I appreciate her more. It's kind of like with, not as extreme as this, but it's kind of like Tesleen in Shadowbringers. The reason that the whole Tesleen moment was so, like, striking and, like, emotional was because I care about Alize. And the reason I cared about this is because Urianger has had time to develop, and I care about him at this point. So, I accept that his character has a history with Moonbreeda and whatnot, and cares about her, and so I'm moved by that. But as a character, she's not like, we don't we don't know her, so I'm just like, when people would be like, oh my god, Moonbreeder, I did have a sense that there was something. I'm like, bro, we knew her for like 2 seconds in A Realm Reborn. Why do people care about her? And I kind of had a sense that it was eventually going to come back with something like this. That tends to happen when people are like, oh my god, I love this character, and I'm just like, wait, but like, I don't I don't know this character yet. Like, it's one of those like low-key spoiler things that a lot of people do. Yes, I completely agree, Win, and that's fine. I actually really, after this scene especially, as a plot device character, she's great. That was such a touching scene with her parents talking about her in the context of like Urianger's development. I really do like that. I think so too, Salem. If we had had more time, there's definitely the potential for her to have had more impact, which is true of all of the Scions. A lot of the Scions. Alphino was the first, and Y'shtola to some extent, I would argue. They were the first 2 Scions to like be real people. Everyone else was kind of filler, and over expansions we've, you know, had our moments with them, but Moonbreeder obviously didn't get that. Yeah, I do think her impact on Lise was less, I didn't get to appreciate it as much because Lise wasn't quite as developed. Well, Lise was not at all developed when it happened, when she was Ida still. And it really took all of Stormblood for me to appreciate Lise's growth. Now she's a ride or die for me, for sure. What's up, Altonius? She's more of a vehicle for Urianger's character than a real character. Yeah, and that's... I'm fine with that, but it does perplex me that people could be like, oh my god, Moonbreeder. She does look very cool. She does have a very cool look. That was so wonderful. You know, I didn't want to like interrupt, but this whole arc with the Labyrinthos was definitely had filler episode vibes. But I really enjoyed the time that we spent with Cooking Way. Like, I actually really enjoyed doing all the, like, let's try the vegetables and fruits. I really liked Cooking Way's thoughts on perfection and the perfect carrot being unattainable. Yeah, and then this was just lovely. Thancred being here is perfect too, because he thinks the Labyrinthos are weird and even he's getting along with them. I wish we had representation in the Sans that wasn't just Hoary Boulder and his brother. I agree. I totally agree. There is not a lot of great Vergaden representation in like the main cast. Yeah, I wonder if there's still no word on the pudding front, perhaps. Remind me to invite Urianger for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue for one. Oh, that's cute. Can raise a glass to Moonbreeder. These two really are bros for life. Oh. I did the thing again where I meant to talk to more people, but then I just talked to the NPC. Fuck. Be assured that I am fine. I am definitely not in need of a therapy, Labyrinth. Full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Actually, hold, I'm gonna decline because that'll let me talk. Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know that she was proud to have you as comrades. Urianger is too, I'm sure, and I certainly feel better for knowing that he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? Such a JRPG parent. The classical Rugadin language isn't so different from Eosian. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining, silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her, that she would be a beacon of that self-same light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for sun instead with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my moon breeder was, she was always kind and gentle. Goodness me. I've never felt like there was too little time before. There are so many people to talk to, so many things to learn. They're all singing. I assure you that my fellow Labyrinthos are equally excited to have this opportunity. They were humming the whole way here. You spent so long gazing at this star, wondering and hoping, but to be here now, to walk among the people, to be part of their lives and to know that we've made a difference, it's so much more than I ever dreamed. I was so busy asking questions about Atheris that I never thought to ask more about Urianger. I'd like to, but where would I begin? You wish you could sing like a Labyrinth? It's quite... I don't even know how I would attempt to make that sound. Seawall's renaming conventions, my beloved. I will admit, I did... What's Wilfson? Wolfson? I should look into that. I love knowing more about names and etymology. Hither and Yarns. The Paul... Oh. Wait. Is this... Hopefully my game isn't lagging because I'm... Because I have YouTube on in the background. The music is necessary. Hither and Yarns, the pall of anxiety over Charlie and Hamlet has thinned to more manageable levels. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Labyrinths. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's less like to scorn. Oh my god, she really is my girl. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Good night, Decoy. We'll probably be wrapping up here. Another quest or two. Oh. We are entering new territory. Lala naming conventions are... I always have to, like, look up the rules. But once I do, I'm like, okay, yeah. Logistic and beta. Hello. You discover What is squealing? Oh, I thought it was her! I thought she was the one that was squealing. You have a bit of beef with Mooncat naming conventions, specifically for boys only, out of the lack of individuality it creates. Yes. Yes. That definitely... it's definitely more boring, I would say. Some of the naming conventions in this game are great, and others are a little odd when you look at them a bit more closely. Yeah. Yeah. I only... Some people stick to the naming conventions either because they love the lore or they just randomize their name. I feel like the most sense I get is from NPCs, especially in like Realm Reborn areas. Grimothy, what are you doing out here? Helping you? Wait, what does this box say? Beasts within? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks. Are you sure? Sure, I'm sure. Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alfino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Allie says, okay, she's taking the Beasts Within box. You have a Suncat alt whose name is Asiago Bagel, which is a valid cat name that implies that her father's name was a bagel. Dude, I thought this was a hunt mark. It's so big. Now this is what I live for. The physics of this does not make sense, but I live for this. It's the mother's name with a suffix to denote which son they are, and then the mother's surname as well. So in the case of your cat boy, he is Razase. Is it Shiva or Ziva? And that equates to being the fourth son of Raza. Well, if you held it up of your head like Fate Presence, I don't know if you've ever done that, but if I'm doing anything with my arms about, like basically anything above a T-pose, your arms get real fucking tired, especially if you have no muscle definition like me. I really need to... I do a lot of physical therapy for my arms, but I'm still a weakling. Hello. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. Hold more boxes over your head? You're right. What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? You have my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Thancred. Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. What the hell? What is that? That should be everything. You carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. Get his ass. I suppose we should let someone know that we've finished. Theopolden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Beasts Within, my new band name. You tend to say his surname where the X makes a Z-like sound. Okay, Ziva. What kind of beasts do you think are in here? Also, why can I just read Eorzean? Yeah, Ellison names are French, but weird. Like, really weird. I guess this person is probably Ellison, actually, now that I think about it. What's, yeah, it's probably like Theopoldine. French, but very extra. Yeah, to the point that, like some of the family names, especially, like Ionart, and, like, they're, like, almost unrecognizably French plus. I would say that. I would say French plus. And indeed, this person is Ellison. Ishgard hurt my brain too, and like French is my, like, I live in French Canada. It's my second language. I keep thinking that I've seen him elsewhere, but I cannot for the life of me remember where. Theopoldine? I can't, you're too, I can't get a good look at him, he's too tall. He's got a pretty sick earpiece. This must be Theopoldine. Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We've got samples from the... I keep wanting to say the Shirley and Hamlet. We've brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110? The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we're dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're Forshno's children, are you not? Alfino and Alize at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Thither? Thither? Clearly it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's no-liths, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for the sorts of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. No way. Oh my god, wait, what? This feels unethical. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about each of you take one? Wait, right there. You will find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting long. Never mind Alfino and Alize, I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Southernmost building? Is this water? Oh. Are you not one of the scions of the 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. I'm doing a little bit of everything. The nature of this paperwork is not a particularly well-guarded secret, but due to how dull it is to read, it will nevertheless remain largely unknown. Fair enough. Fair enough. Teopotin's paperwork. I was beginning to worry that he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Sharlayan has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Okay, Woke is back. Woke was gone, but now it's back in Sharlayan. Are you for... Okay, that was gonna be crazy if I couldn't get past there. Isn't there something we can do to further fortify our walls? No, at least not without new materials. Trying to figure out a nickname or shorthand for your catboy for his non-relatives results in him just going by Raza, since he doesn't live at home. Is there like a standard for nicknames for catboys too? Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work.
Yeah, it's kind of my whole job.
The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. For Suncats, is it just like remove the letter? Like Raha? We return, and not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. Stola, yes, how could I forget? You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... Hey, we're here for stories about the parents. But it's quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Leveilleur name garners such respect in Sharlayan is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard the Nunkrep's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I'd never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Nunkrep's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, aye. Archon Louis-Soir looked not to Nunkrep's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in defiance of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louis-Soir lived by that personal creed. It's a good one. And used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Sharlayan or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Forchno could not reconcile Louis-Soir's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Forshno agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God, Father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Forshno's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Even so, you must know that you are constant. Shut up. You will never redeem this guy to me. That you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day. And that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. I mean, this is good for the twins to hear, I suppose. But fuck that guy. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure these specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. And speak again later. I guess I have to switch back to the daytime music, huh? The Labyrinth. Hail, you three. Who is this? Oh, hi. Graha! Surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. It's a little loud. Wait, also... Is the music still bad? There's no music. For better or worse, no. However, he has sent me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands. And here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments, and we've delayed it too long as it is. What about you, Grimothy? Can you spare the time? I guess so. The music is theoretically still bad. It's just not, we don't hear it. Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Oh, it's still... The music is still... Oh. Bro, it is so hard to adjust volume on YouTube. Much as I'd like to press Teopoldin for more revealing tidbits, we should be getting back to our tasks. 'Tis strange to hear father spoken of in such a way, but I suppose he would find your view of me no less odd. Once forged, an unspecified task awaits you. I'm wondering... The rest of the time I'm in Labyrinthos for MSQ, I'll have bad music. That's so hard. What a crazy decision. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do, I think, one more quest. And I guess we're... It's maybe one of the worst choices that I've encountered. At least there's the option to turn it off. So it's not like we have to endure it forever. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Coco wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Coco's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to the furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. You know what I secretly wish? Oh my god, what's that minigame? Is it in Final Fantasy VIII? In the prison? Where you have to like turn... I am having such like a vague flashback of annoying Final Fantasy minigames. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. Bye, twins. This way then. I have discovered a new location. Every time I go to a new location, I have to look at the monsters. It's in Aqua. More trees. This one looks more normal. What the? Etheric gelatin. These things look crazy. The monsters are so great. The monsters in Elpis obviously were... Oh! It's... Oh! I think it was Jate mentioned this being one of his favorite marks. Good night. Ooh, 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 ooh. Best mark name that I've seen. Okay, wait. I want to complete the circuit. Wait, I passed by an etherite and didn't attune. How did I miss it? What the heck is this? There are so many guys down here. Oh, and there's an ether current. Can I get it? I guess I was busy talking to NPCs. I'm not going for a 12-hour stream today. I'm aware that there's a dungeon and presumably trial since it'll be level 89. We are not doing that today. I did not attune. That's normal. Right, what? It was right behind him. Behind Teo Pauline, right? I really was too busy talking. Best B rank? He's real cute. I do like buffalo enemies as well. Alright, well, hopefully this quest will take me in that direction. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which would both rather not be drawn to the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that draw too near? They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. You got it, boss. Wait here if you would. Yes, chef. Yes, chef. Survey. Oh. I was like, survey what? Designated location. Earlier when I was going for an aetheryte, I turned around and went the other way. Yeah, that sounds like me. That does sound like me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm continuing to observe. Dude, Grimithia is alert as hell. Does everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Oh? Oh? Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. You thought maybe I'd changed your mind? No, it's fine. It's fine. It's only funny to me when I have to go back. Part of this I shared with everyone. Wait, part of what? I already forgot. There was another... something he's been considering. Okay. Yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagans' efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Aman, aka Fandaniel, the Sundered Fandaniel. Hold up, is Graha Baby making the Elpis Labyrinthos connection too? I mean, he did. Did he remember his life as Hermes? I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. When... curious... I don't know if we have an answer to this yet. I'm curious, so when you join the Ascians, because he was the, you know, like, say, if we were to join the Ascians, if Grimithia were, we would take the seat of, we would give up our earthly form and become the seat of Azam? I guess. I assume the Ascians, I'm curious, actually, if the Ascians were 14, if they had an Azam. Anyway. But I'm curious if once you give up your earthly form, if your memories come back to you as well. They did, right? Because Fandaniel... I don't know if he was speaking from his memories as Fandaniel or if he was just... That is curious, actually. I'm gonna look back in the dialogue up to this point and see what indications there are of what he remembers. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition toward which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alec that moved Ammon to resurrect Emperor Zan. Fuck, they pronounced this recently in a cutscene and I was like, damn, I was saying that wrong. Zonde? I always said Zandy, but I don't think that's... Fuck. They definitely pronounced this shit in a cutscene in Endwalker and I was like, oh, I've been saying that wrong. You thought a different BGM should have started playing during this cutscene? Well, I have had BGM muted, so...
When I look at her...
Oh my god, hello.
Like,
hello, Che.
that looks really good. I like that.
Welcome in. I am sleepy, but we're pushing through to do a couple more MSQ quests. We're getting to the end of 88. I hope your stream was good. What were you doing today? Cece? Yeah, I was like actually having a bit of a meltdown at the new Labyrinthos background music. It is pure sensory overload. I was so overwhelmed and not having a good time. And my mood changed instantly. Once I just put on the normal Labyrinthos music, I was like, oh. I am once again emotionally stable. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. Sounds kinda like something that Hermes would have been against. Me too, Scion. I always go to the Japanese version. I was talking, like, early on in the stream about how I had assumed that the city in the Sorrow of Werlit, I had been pronouncing as Verlit because a lot of Garlean things are very, like, Slavic coded. So I was like, oh, it's probably pronounced Verlit. But then I looked up the Japanese name just the other day and they don't pronounce it that way, so I was wrong. But yeah, that's kind of my go-to. You did Uwu, BA, M4S, Frontline, PvP duels. Ooh, that's a shit ton. I hope it was fun. I'm just gonna keep saying Zandy because I don't remember. Well, you know what? No, let's look it up. Da, 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 da.
Zande.
Is this like Zande? Zande? I don't... You say it Zandy? I think it might be more like Zande. That's fine. That's okay. That's not a huge difference. I can do that. Oh, Scion, I'm not talking about the normal Labyrinthos theme. They have, like, Labyrinthos now I'm fine with the daytime, nighttime music. That's what I was playing. But they have replaced it with, like, a really overwhelming, like, high tempo theme that made me feel like I was melting down. It was awful. It was so awful. We'll probably hear it after this cutscene. In facilitating Zande's return, Ammon, and is it Ammon or Amon? Fuck, we're learning today, okay? Just hold on to your sandy cheeks. Isai no Ammon?
Ammon.
Yeah, okay, just Ammon. Ammon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Xande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. I don't like it at all. Initially I was like, oh, it's like from the trailer, but then I was like trying to read dialogue over it. Is it a 30-second loop as well? That's even worse than the Shadowbringers song that everyone hates. But I think also the intensity of it is too much if I'm trying to read dialogue and chill with the Labyrinthos, you know? Zendaya. Ammon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with a new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Ammon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. Both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Coco's getting on? Lena in Japanese is basically pronounced Dinah. So, Lina. This shit is awful. I've been muting it constantly. We're still daytime. It's like something being on the radio too much, but even worse. Wait, this is the Graha, this is the opposite direction of the etherite that I didn't attune to. That's a tough one though. Well, I don't like a lot of the names that I don't think it's that's more just like that's how Japanese is. I don't think that's implying that the name should necessarily be pronounced that way. That emote win is exactly how I feel with the music that was on before. The voices. You say it the way the dub says it unless you disagree with how they say it. So, the problem is sometimes you don't, there aren't many examples. Like they said Xande once and I was like, whoa, what? Which it generally aligns with the katakana. I did thoroughly brief Coco on the unrefined adamantite's history. I only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions that I was kicked out for prattling on. Rugadin? Wait, do you disagree with Rue? I say Rue because really, really early on, I saw an interview with the localization team, and they said Rugadin, and they, like, it was explained that, like, because it's, isn't it like a Dutch thing or something? So I feel weird about it because I feel like no one says it that way, but for like Femro, I say Femru because that's just, I guess I was like indoctrinated early into that pronunciation.
Phew, I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha, but there's not much left for you lot to do.
You don't like it? That's valid, honestly. It is weird. I was indoctrinated so early. Like, when I was in A Realm Reborn, I found an interview about it, and I was like, oh, okay.
Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster.
Bonds of adamantite. Okay, I think this is our last. I'm assuming 89 is going to be the next one. Kokol Dankal is, as usual, worked up over the ether burner. Bonds of adamantite.
I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only... I hate waiting! I want that adamantite and I want it now.
We, share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime?
I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. Pity the Forum frowns on recreational explosions.
No.
Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone. I've got mistakes to make.
Unbelievably based. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing's gone wrong. Unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in Charlie and Hamlet anon.
Any smoke rising from the building behind me will be entirely unrelated to what I didn't say. Got it?
My lips are sealed, little bro. My lips are sealed. Rugadin being Dutch makes a lot of sense to you. Because isn't that, I mean, I feel stupid because I haven't looked at, but isn't that like kind of what their names are too? Is that right? I don't know if Dutch is right, but you know, some type of European. Petey. If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Is this a... Okay. Are they gonna quiz me?
All set, I take it?
Yes, my queen.
We finished what we
Oh,
could.
hang on.
Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals.
Bro,
trivial
hello?
tasks as they may be.
Sorry, I forget when we enter a cutscene I can turn the music off.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Labyrinthos, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Special delivery?
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Is this the adamantite, or is he scheming?
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbour. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
What?
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Surely this is restricted airspace. Speaking of songs that people hate, yeah, this is the one from Shadowbringers. I don't mind it.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Okay. I thought it might be something fun.
Yes,
it's just
because
adamantite.
You were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
I agree, Win.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due. You did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
You guys are on the same page.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
I don't know why Alfino is in like
My,
2 FPS.
what a grand welcome party.
Too many characters, maybe.
And Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. And we brought a number of items from Eureka as well, courtesy of one Ejika Tsunjika. He says a little advance warning would have been appreciated, by the by.
I myself have come with a sacred
Osmus
relic
here.
of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary
Tenzin,
phoenix blade
please.
for this noble cause.
All I ever wanted was to
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought
Sheathe your
instead
sword!
to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
That's why Seiryu was
We did, of
there.
course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Yeah, Seiryu's like, that guy's a snake, dude.
Fret
don't
not for
trust
your
him.
coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture. When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about
I thought they did it
spending.
without. I thought they did it without her. She would be so mad.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Ah,
Mother!
Mommy dearest.
Amelians.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full.
She is so based.
We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
Too cute.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Dragons? Oh, what's up, dude?
Erenville! You were involved too!
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Okay, I need to know about the dragons, though. Oh my god, Alpha!
What's
Alpha
this
and
about a ship that
Omega?
can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
I feel like this is like, this is like, it's enough slices, it's enough adamantite. Stop.
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allagan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent.
Okay.
Ashdai's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well."
That sounds like Dad.
Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Best Australian, what can we say?
6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
14%.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
We heard that you love us, Father.
I know not what you
someone
seek
else.
of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Good for him, I guess.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Carteneau. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians.
This is weird.
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
Let's do it, guys. With me, I'm aura farming.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
That scene was weird with Forshno. That was weird. Like, I'm happy for. I wish that is a realistic way for a story like this to end, but it's a little tough to swallow. Sudden change of heart. I guess it is the end of the world, but I need to pee so bad. By the way, I've been hydrating a lot. I've been drinking. I don't usually drink water because it makes me pee so much. But I'll be right back. Alright. Water is gone once I piss it out, that's true. Should have seen more on the side from Forshno. I agree. Like, on the one hand, I don't want Alfino and Alize to have an abusive father. And this game is typically great at... like, one of the best things about this game is... that I will always sing the praises of is that it makes me feel like better things really are possible. Like, the world can change, like, people can change, like, things can change for the better. And it usually does it in a way where, like, I really believe it. But in this case, I'm like, okay, it feels like it came out of nowhere. And I feel like the only way they worked up to it was with that scene by the the aetheryte that I didn't attune to, the Aporia aetheryte, where his friend was talking about, oh, this is how much he loves you, and I'm like, well, that doesn't matter. But, no, I guess I'll just be happy for the twins. It felt very rushed. It did. You wish we actually saw stuff from Forshno. Yeah, like showing that he actually cared. And, you know, I hesitate to always draw things back to, why is my mind filled? Not Lahabra, Elidibus, the Lidibus. That's exactly what they did with Elidibus in Shadowbringers. A little more egregious there, maybe, because he was this, like, long-standing character, and then rather than, like, show us how he was, they had, like, this flashback to, like, Amaurotines being like, oh, that Elidibus, he sure cares about his duty, doesn't he? Like, there was so much telling rather than showing that I just didn't buy it, and he was such a bad character for it. Which is a shame, because that VA slaps. He's so good. But yeah, on a smaller scale, but equally, I mean, it's hard to say disappointing, because I don't want them to have an abusive dad. I would love for them to have a dad who's like, yo, I've seen the wrongness of my ways. It felt weird and uncomfortable, because I'm like, okay. And they could have, like, I think they could have done it on a short timeline, because it's the end of the world and everyone's thinking about it, especially in Sharlayan now, because they're like, oh my god, we need to finish this before we just saw the final days in Garlemald. What the fuck? But it wasn't woven together ultimately in a way that made it believable. Yeah, exactly, Win, and I won't get into it too much, but there have been characters who've been around for a while, like Gaius is a perfect example of how they can take a character who's been around forever ago and weave it into a story that's good and makes their character incredible. Gaius is such a good character. But that takes it takes really strong writing to do something like that in long-term storytelling like we have with an MMO. Yeah, we shouldn't have to hear it from someone else. Exactly. This game does suffer from that. In some moments they do the show don't tell perfectly, but then times like this, it could have been so much better. Why were we... Listen, I did enjoy the Labyrinth stuff, but surely their time could have been spent, could we have a crumb of something with Forshno? I don't know. Make it a little more believable. The time has come to claim our prize. Are you prepared? Lee sent a letter along with Gridania's contribution. It seems she traveled there to aid in the Adamantite recovery. Evidently, journeying to Gridania was quite the trial, as was getting into the Dalamud Shard, as was reaching its depths. I suspect she'll have few kind words to say about the Allegans when next we meet. Unaided, we Scions could never have gathered such a bounty. Refined adamantite, relics sacred and ancient alike. I find myself quite overcome. If I never see another crate again, it will be too soon. I love, in my head canon, I guess minus the Bahamut, minus some of the bosses. I guess really, what's that? Is it turn 4? Is that the one that's like, you're just doing stupid Allegan jump puzzle while monsters chase you? In my mind, all of these groups did various turn 4s, because there's no bosses left to fight, I suppose. I cannot wait to see what our friends from the Ironworks do with the ship. I had no idea how massive a weight it was until he lifted it off my shoulders. But more importantly, his words were an affirmation that the path that we walk is the right one. Part of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days. But to save this star is what we all want most. And if those same people believe that I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, I will fight for this world of ours until the very end.
My throat hurts from directing so many people to Labyrinthos, but that only proves we got our money's worth. I apologize for not informing you earlier of Erenville's involvement. He was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow gleaners to hand, though. It would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the Hanish delegation here otherwise. Gobby.
We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. Oh God. As we agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him at a Oh, the fucking... Okay, well, at least I'll attune to it, right? But to meet him at Aporio when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned.
Most of those who arrive with Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing.
Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia, then. Big-ass group.
I don't want any of you getting hurt, but I do hope you'll wring as much information out of Hydaelyn as you can. For all we know, this is the one and only opportunity we'll get.
Why? Because she's gonna be dead because we're gonna kill her? Charlene and Hamlet. Actually, I don't know which one is closer at this point. The one we didn't attune to, but it's fine. Maybe we'll get another chance to... Maybe we'll meet Ooh again. Oh, wait, of course this one is closer. It's not even a question. Oh, the bad music is back. The voices! Hi, Jupe, how's it going? You know what? I'll tolerate... I'll turn it down a bit. I'll tolerate the voices for a time. For a time. I find this place... I know it's just like a circle. Here, I'll stay on the path. I'm not navigating well.
How you doing, Jupe?
We are on our last quest. Oh, I'm hoping it finishes before we speak to Mother. If I sense that we are about to speak to Mother, I'll just stop. Because I don't want to get stuck in a... I feel like a prolonged cutscene talking to Mother would be the perfect way to start stream next week. You like the donut? It's a satisfying donut, but I'm not very good at following it, apparently. How did I usually attune right away. I don't know what came over me. Circle or hole? That might be a hole in the middle. Might be a donut hole. This quest is a good stopping point for sure. Yeah, Lala told me that. Lala played up to the dungeon. This is like before the dungeon, and she said this would be good. The heck is in there? Grimithy, I have already shown the others inside. You'll want to speak with Clarelane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Whoa. This would be a great decor piece. Like, I want this in my house. This is basically just a grow room.
I'm pleased to report all my plants are hardy, healthy, and happy. Looks like my cultivation system is working well.
Adventurers such as yourself must lead very exciting lives traveling the world, helping those in need. Perhaps a career change is in order. Oh, she's got the... hang on. She's wearing, like, sabatons or whatever. She's ready. What are these? What is this? Are these iPads? What the heck is this? You're with Master Forshno, yes? Just step inside the lift here. From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and its most closely guarded secret. Talmazine. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Are there any secrets? Oh, I mapped the realm? Really? Wow, okay. I'll have to check for secrets later. What is this? Ah! Wait, why is this so small? Is it just... I guess it's not that... It looks kind of small. I bid you welcome to this place. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. What? Huh? It makes you small when you go in? Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Oh boy. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but it pales in comparison to the vast primordial power beneath our feet. Ah!
What the heck technology is this?
I had to look after what Estinian said. This looks like the I want to No, not that one. God. It looks like the God's Eye Nebula. Doesn't it? Maybe intentional. God's Eye. Hydaelyn, God. Yeah. Wow.
Oh my god, Petey's here! I didn't even think that other people could come down here.
Well, why wouldn't they? It's not instanced. Oh yes, I know you. Your reputation and the rumor mill precedes you. At any rate, how might I help you? Oh! What do you do here? I'm a researcher, and I've long since been involved in the Ark's construction. I confess that I'm conflicted about the This music is a tiny bit loud. I hate this song, by the way. It's one of my least faves. I mean, there are worse ones, but I'm not a fan. Well, I'm proud of what we've accomplished. It also means that the final days are close at hand. What about the rumors that you heard? The facility in which you now stand could be considered the very heart of Labyrinthos. The construction of the ethereal observation facility, the Atia scope, allowed us direct contact with Hydaelyn, granting us eyes to see the truth. It is the event which inspired us to name this location Sign. I'm doing my best. I'm going with the German. Wait. Said I was going with the German pronunciation, but I didn't pronounce the Z correctly. I'm doing my best. When plans for the Ark were set in motion, a dockyard was erected here to facilitate its development. Such information, of course, was kept secret, privy only to those with direct knowledge of the project. Thomazine. Oh, you can go around. Okay, hang on. Let me finish. Do with the scions first. 'Twould seem enchantments most advanced have been woven into the ship's very bones. Wolfson and Bluida were doubtless called upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. It was the Alligans who first combined the mechanical and ethereal sciences into a revolutionary discipline. Given that this ship is nothing short of a technological marvel in that precise vein, Elegant salvage should suit it well. I doubt this is what Erenville meant when he said that there remains much we do not know, but I still can't believe everything that was hidden underneath the city this entire time. If meet in Hydaelyn proved difficult even for the Forum, then perhaps I... Oh, 'tis an unformed idea at this phase, I'm afraid. I will duly inform you if anything comes of it. Is she, like, gonna become the next Minfilia? Because she's a nothing character at this point. I could well imagine the zeal with which they're working on the ether burner. And all I can say is that I'm glad we've something other to do than get in their way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it that the ship is put to good use. To think how many generations labored for this end, and that we aim higher still. We must spare no preparation, and that means speaking with Hydaelyn, no matter the cost. A nothing character? Yeah, Kryl is a very tragic figure. No frontline people leave. I only play Ansel. We must learn of Hydaelyn's greater plan. We can only hope that she also knows the current location of Meteon. And we can do neither if we do not focus on whatever trial awaits us within. Whatever trial, you say. Minfilia was highly important / integral / nuanced. Disagree. Nothing character. Did I talk to everyone? Yeah. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Oh, that's it? Okay, bye! I've got some NPCs to talk to. Didi, sir. Minfilia was indeed a plot device. How do I... Oh, from down here.
I'm performing final checks of parts for the Ark that we're constructing. Even the smallest error can lead to a huge catastrophe, so we can't be too careful.
Can I mount in here? Pog, I can. This machine is used to compress ether and represents a vital portion of the Ark. Ether condenser? Got it. This feels very Final Fantasy. They wouldn't waste our time like that, would they? Well, talking to her did move the plot along. As Wynn says, plot device. Hello.
This is the entrance, eh?
I love the design. Wow. This is a very nice elevator design. Her voice direction was so bad they had to kill her. Her accent was like fake, right? This is cool. What a cool room. It's very big, but it looks real. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, there could be more shit on the floor, but... Looks good. Another donut. Wababa, or wonder, is the emotion one feels at the... Is this, I wonder if this is a word that has... How do I pronounce this? Why are there so many different pronunciations of ancient Greek? Attic, Egyptian, Byzantine? Here, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna pop this. Let's do a Google Translate with modern Greek.
Θαυμάζω.
Yeah. Why? Anyway. Well, we're never gonna know how to pronounce that. It's the emotion that one feels at the onset of the quest for knowledge. Such a quest was begun here in an effort to pierce the mysteries of the ethereal sea. Yet what researchers encountered was the will of Hydaelyn herself. The site became a shipyard where they would construct an ark designed to reach the very moon. There should be at least one person, like, smoking back here. This is the last person I have to talk to. Do you recognize this cylindrical structure? It's a tank we use to store ether, a storage system made possible through technology developed by yours truly. Good job. Impressed. You're a warrior of light. Yeah, maybe I should be the one smoking in the corner. But I've got to imagine some of these engineers must be freaked out of their gourd. Oh, hello, automaton. They must be freaked out. All right, I think we've done everything. What a view. Beautiful. That's what I looked at, Brian. I think the issue with ancient Greek is there isn't really an agreement on how to pronounce it necessarily. I can't read IPA. Thamazo? Maybe it's just Thomazine. I'd like to mention your I will say Amaurot, out of respect for you. By this point in Endwalker, in a post-Vanaspati world, just as any of the Ben Affleck smoking memes. Yes, yes. Yes. Can you... Wait, there are so... I didn't realize there are so many smoking memes. This is the one that I think of. I didn't realize there were so many, but this is the one that I think of. Such a cool looking text though. Yes, yes. It's funny because I'm so familiar with Greek through like physics and mathematics. Which it does help with like knowing how to pronounce the individual letters, but I don't know how it all goes together. That's your warrior of light for real. You have an exam tomorrow? Go to bed! Go to bed! No more excitement. Wait. What's good sleepy time music? FF14 sleep music. Forget this. Here. We're gonna... Ooh, this is a good one. Just look into the star. It's Ishgard nighttime. You're looking into the... I don't know what this is. Is that Mom? It's literally the ethereal sea. The class is at 8 a.m. You're surrounded by rich people. Yes, it's very relaxing. This actually is... This is the perfect first song for a FF14 sleepy time situation. But that's stream for today. We went quite a lot longer than I expected, but I did know that we would front load the start with a lot of yapping. I kind of don't... I know this is like... I should raid someone, but I kind of just... What if we just watch the Eye of Hydaelyn and I'll go to bed? It's 4:30 in the morning. What if we all just went to bed, or if we're in a different time zone, we can go to take a nap? You're allowed. So I think... I can't believe I have to wait until Sunday. Today was good. The enemy today was truly that music loop that they put on in Labyrinthos. Really reminded me how easily overwhelmed I can be by sound. Like I really felt not okay. Turn the music off and I was fine. Is it actually? It's 8:30 for you? That's a good old man bedtime. That's a good old man bedtime. You gotta wake up early to work on the car, eh? Labyrinthos sleepy time ASMR. It was not. Labyrinthos was the opposite of ASMR. It was... Instead of getting, like, shivers down my spine, my hackles were up. I was stressed. But yeah, there was like the obvious filler with the Loporrits that they probably extended it too much, but I actually ended up not minding it. Any theories on what's to come? I think the trial is pretty obviously Hydaelyn. I'm not exactly sure why though, because, well, it's been so long, but she did come to us on the ship. Coming to Sharlayan, you know? So I think she's still on our side. Maybe it'll be like Vina and Albus and she wants to test us. Because the reason that Vina didn't end her life after resigning or, you know, giving up the seat of Azem or whatever that process is, like I said at the start of stream, is that she didn't feel like she could go not knowing that humanity... No, she didn't feel like she could be sure that humanity would be safe. And if we defeat Hydaelyn, then she will return to the ethereal sea, finally. And she'll be giving up her seat, and she can't do that unless she knows that humanity's going to be okay. So I think that's maybe my guess. We're going to talk to Hydaelyn, and we are going to fight her, because I don't know what the dungeon's going to be before, though. But the trial is going to be Hydaelyn. I guess maybe the dungeon might be like an anti-tower 2.0 type situation. But yeah, my guess is that Hydaelyn is going to give us the coordinates of Metian once we defeat her, and she's going to be like, "Thank you, my children. I can finally sleep. I can finally return to the ethereal sea after 100 million years, because I trust humanity in your hands." I know, I can't believe it. Yeah, I can turn holes back on. Good point. Good point. If I do feel good, I'll be streaming on Tuesday, so I should turn these on anyway. We might have a cheeky speedrun stream. It is Onsel Day as well, so maybe I could do like a shorter speedrun. Alright, Sophia's and holes are back on the menu. That might somewhat interrupt this. Who doesn't love a Sophia moan when they're going to bed? Who doesn't? It's giving you Windows Media Player visualization flashbacks. I love that aesthetic personally. But yeah, that's my thoughts on things to come. You know, I kind of hope. So I was talking about this with Keeper, and I was like, okay, we're gonna like fight Metian at the end of the universe or whatever. I guess now we know how we're gonna get there. But then I was like, oh my god, but Xenos exists. That was before the scene today. Now I'm hoping that Xenos is just like kind of a freak and goes away and we don't see him again. That would be so epic. It would be so epic if he just went away. If the writers just realized how badly they fucked up with Fandaniel and they were like, oh, let's get rid of this guy. Maybe they realized how badly they fucked up with Xenos too, because the thought of Xenos... My worst nightmare is Xenos hitching a ride, being a stowaway on this ship, and like eating Median the way that he ate Big Dragon Shinryu. And then we're not gonna fight Median, it's gonna be like a fucking Xenos voiced like Median monster. Oh my god. That would be so Xenos. And because of what we're getting to the end game now, because of what Hydaelyn said about how once they return to the Ethereal Sea, he's heard that... Wait, what was it? There was something that Hydaelyn said at the end of Ctesis that implied that their memories are going to come back once they die, basically. So I feel like maybe Emet-Selch is gonna make a kissy face at us from beyond the grave and be like, okay, you were right. But maybe I'm just wish projecting. And that's all I've got. Do not will it into existence, dude. If Xenos is a stowaway, I am going to drive the ship into the sun. What if we made out with Emet-Selch? I mean, there's a lot of people who need to make out with Emet-Selch. Do I have any other things that aren't resolved? Well, I'll think about it. I started the stream today. It was like 2 hours of just yapping about the end of last stream because there was so much. I might like rewatch some of these cutscenes back. Especially the parts when I was overwhelmed and maybe didn't take things in as well. And maybe I'll have some thoughts, but I think we might just dive right into it at the start of next stream. You kind of like Xenos' extended car warranty salesman tenacity? No, it's so bad, dude. I do love the comparisons that people make. Extended car warranty salesman is excellent. You hope you don't get roped into work next week? Yes, because there'll be a trial. I did see a message from Keeper. I think the dungeon is full because Kenora and Keeper, and of course Lala. Lala is always my tank. I think that'll be the dungeon crew. Xenos makes you want to punch him in the face, which you think is the point of him. I feel like that was Asahi's forte as like a sub-villain. He was very punchable. Xenos is, and I'm gonna get into this when I would need to look at my notes for the various like video essay reviews that I'm working on. It might be in my post Stormblood one that I'm working on right now. But I just feel like Xenos as a character, I said earlier, it's done, his whole trope is done so much better. Namely, I think the perfect comparison is Omega in the Omega raids. Has pretty much the same MO, wants to find like the ultimate enemy to become stronger. It's less about feeling the thrill of battle with Omega and more about like becoming a perfect war machine. But somehow in the Omega raids, by the end of Omega, I was like sobbing over this like machine. It was maybe not sobbing, but like I was really sad. I was sad for Alpha, but I was like really sad for Omega. Like it was such a tragic story and it was done so well. And I'm like, man, like a machine is better than Xenos. A machine pulls this off better. You're always down for trials, but you're also willing to give up your spot to win if she's around. Yeah, we'll see. I'm curious. I don't know if it's like a popular trial or not. I guess we'll see next week. Salem, I'm still so happy that you did Ktesis with us and that you got the minion that you had wanted for so long. That was just delightful. Okay. I think the mommy eye and the deep calm, what is this called? I'm gonna post this in chat because this is a good. This is a very nice sleepy time mix. Yeah, wait, Win, have you've never... It's hard for me to keep track sometimes of who has done trials with me, but you've never done a trial with me, have you? You haven't? Oh my god, you should, if you're around. He's been at your side for most of the time since then. I love that. It's a very cute minion. Alright, so that'll be next Sunday. I may be doing a speedrun depending on my mood on Tuesday. And I don't have anything else planned. But I'm gonna have to wait a week to get back to this, sadly. I'm very excited. Yeah, I'll see you guys next week. Bye! No raid. We're just going to bed. Yes, a speedrun perhaps. Okay, everyone go to bed. Good night.